The internet apologizes. We cannot hear. Nestle and Valley
that
united
joined to
to
reinforce
enforce.
the importance of active engagement of the private sector in the nature and climate agendas. Our major goals with CASE are give visibility to cases and already implemented and upscalable solutions, promote dialogues, and mobilize multiple sectors, and restate the potential of Brazil and of our companies in aligning economic development, sustainability, and social justice. Casa C.A.S.E will be active till November 17th, approaching each day of the grid, a topic connected to the COP's action agenda. Yesterday we had food systems, today bioeconomy, and from North we'll also have energy transition, just transition and circular economy. Keep your eyes on the program. I'd like to leave our thanks to approximately 100 speakers, a meaningful figure that agreed to be with us this week, giving life to CASE. Also the members of the coalition that are making all this happen, and our knowledge partners who are Mandala, Accentry, and Sebets, and the producer TM1. We hope you enjoy the case or enjoy CASE. Moving on to our next panel now, we'll begin today's panels, which is structuring bioeconomy offer, solutions and new markets, and it'll approach solutions that are structuring the offer of bioeconomies, creating new products and markets that position Brazil to become an international hub for bioinnovation. The idea is that this panel can bring what can connect the most diverse productive productions to the expanding global chains. For the talk, I'll invite to the stage the Executive Vice President and CSO from Vale, Graziele Parenti. The Executive Director of Bradesco, Fernando Freiberger. And the co-founder and CEO of Neo Partners, Walter Lick. And to moderate the panel, the Special Envoy for COP30 for Bioeconomy, Marcelo Beara. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. It's very good to be with you. Coming here from the blue zone, here the climate is 4 degrees below. There it's warmer. It's really pretty hot, but I was saying that it's important for us to understand how bioeconomy connects people and under which circumstances the forest is. So we are in days of major sensibility. It's a major pleasure to be here. My sincere thanks to everyone who established CASE, Natura, where I spent 10 years. I just went by there. Emiliano Leal, João Paulo, Barbalho, the coordinator, was here. Raise your hand if you were in the Bioeconomy Park across the street. Many hands are still not raised. I invite everyone to go there and see the spectacular work that was done. It materializes an idea. I think it's very important for us to get to know 2 of these whole warehouses, one for innovation, the other for production, and the externalization of the Brazilian biodiversity into services and products. I found via Neomami, maybe the largest philosopher living in Brazil, an indigenous from the Yanomami peoples, and he said it's very important that the forest people and the merchandise people talk to each other and find the product with a common cause. I think it's with that David spirit we open this panel today with very dear people, many dear friends from many times. We know each other and have been working together for a long time. So I'd like to begin just telling 2 words about COP. We established the program, looking towards the last 30 editions, everything that was committed to, that was established and made an action agenda that will be for the next 5 years. One of the points is bioeconomy. Uh, We have 30 objectives. In total, we'll work with forests, agriculture, traditional communities, social bioeconomy, biotechnology, and finance for bioeconomy. And this exercise that will come for the next 5 years. And this cycle, we hope, comes after 3 COPs in oil, lands. We hope it comes in lands of nature with Brazil, possibly Australia and Ethiopia, that will make this agenda to gallop, so to say, and we can go into an exponential moment to talk about this moment. Who's building that moment? So I'd like to begin our first question, looking towards the future and the future vision we have of bioeconomy, looking towards what we do today. I know Vale, I was there. Uh, we're under a special invitation of President Gustavo Ingrassi to get to know Carajás, see what's being done, and the Valley Fund has done a series of initiatives connected to bioeconomy. So if you could tell us how Valley has been developing that agenda. Let's begin by you, Grazi. Thank you, Marcelo. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon to my colleagues. We couldn't be in a better place to talk about bioeconomy, which is just there. We have the Bioeconomy Park. It's sensational. So don't go there. It's very impressive to say the least. It's an agenda of a long-term, a long-time agenda. You mentioned the 15-year-old fund, Valley Fund, but we are in the Amazon region for about 40 years, and the company has about 80 years of existence. We work in an activity related to natural resources, so we use part of them and we preserve most of them, the largest part. What's important that we are in territories where there's a large wealth, but also large vulnerability. So talk about social bioeconomy. And the Valley Fund identifying that, wanted to structure that in a very enterprise, as an enterprise. Just money doesn't solve it. You have to provide support, administrative support, identify the initiative, support the entrepreneur. The only thing is the entrepreneur knows the difficulty in anything, and bioeconomy is the same. So this was something we understood that made the difference slowly. We learned as we went by the path. We talk about bioeconomy today, but to deal with that in the business world was something very further away. Now it's fully integrated to it. So over the last 15 years, we invested around 430 million reais in the enterprises, about 700 enterprises impacting over about 60,000 people. We're talking about a considerable size city in the countryside. But the nicest of all, beyond bringing you the figures, I must tell you about this. We have today, and I'll take our ladies who I saw are back here. They're two young entrepreneurs. What's important? It's an activity that has many women. That is very nice because it's very inclusive in that sense. It's an activity that is related to topics of nature, and that you have a major opportunity of personal development for those people, but also economic development for them and their families. I see them here, Thais and Tainara. They work with an enterprise of powder pepper, this black pepper. Uh, so they had knowledge, or they learned. They were in the location that was given. What made a difference? I won't tell. I won't say on your behalf, and you're going to tell this yourselves. But there's uh, very nice packaging. There's a communication strategy. There's a quality product. There were people who believed in her. It couldn't have not worked out, but it did. It sold online, huge success. So for us to make that concrete, that behind everything we say, actually there are people, stories, families, people who could have come to live in Belém, capital city, or another city, and they stayed in their regions developing. Today they're entrepreneurs that, if you had the opportunity, raise your hand. so everyone can see. There are the sisters. Stand up, please. Stand up, both of them. And a round of applause for the entrepreneurs, please. Good one. And I was so happy to have seen them yesterday. They're an example. We have so many examples talking about the small scale that I want to mention also here in Belém. We have the Valley Technological Institute. So I want to make an invitation to you. We're having the biodiversity house over there. If you want to check it in Google, you'll find it. There's a schedule every day. What's ITV? It's a research center that, according to what it's registered, it's the largest research center about the Amazon region that we have, where we've done genetic sequencing, understanding, for example, how we speed up naturally cocoa production, and there are beautiful stories there. And we've been doing that, bringing the entrepreneurs, but also how do we make the ones that want to go big, be big producers, how do we help them? How do we give them visibility? We have partnerships with universities. We have about 200 researchers in many lines of research, important equipment. So biodiversity today, for me, became more than something nice of us to comment about, comment on, but it's something interesting, a way of developing Brazilian research in the Amazon region, for example. This happens in other places of Brazil, but talking specifically about where we are today. And we also like to say we are always doing that in partnership. So with the institutions, I could quote many here, since the ones who care for reforestation, preservation, research. There are many of these people here in the room are maybe part of these institutions, and it's very nice for us to be able to talk about this in a house with these companies, with topics like these. And actually, I'd like to thank you, and then I'll tell you some other stories I'd like to tell. I like to tell about these things, the story of the ladies, which is much nicer than bringing you many figures. Thank you. Thank you, Grazi. Look, we have here a uh, funding the chains and the production. So Bradesco is one of the main, the champions in finance, has incredible capillarity. How do you see, Fernando, this pathway for us to build the future of finance for bioeconomy, and what's your vision for that? Thank you, Marcelo. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure, a huge pleasure to be here with all of you, Grazi, Walter, and Bradesco, very connected to the Amazon region. We have businesses here in the Amazon region for 60 years already. Bioeconomy is a very important topic for us. We mention a lot in bankarization of the population, part of the population being bankarized, so to say, in the short term and all that. And when we look at our history, we are here in regions that are pretty far away, small regions in the country, and then banking these or bankerizing these populations for a long time. Bioeconomy has absolutely everything to do with that, with the history, for example, of Bradesco. Bradesco is a bank that is spread throughout the whole territory, and bioeconomy connects many elements, right, Marcelo? It has the topic of entrepreneurship, it has a topic of innovation, has a topic of science, research, has a topic of government, has a topic of strategic partnerships with the major corporations like Vale and Bradesco. And this, all that obviously creates an ecosystem that allows for you to move forward and progress in that direction. From the standing point of funding or finance, I think that's an important topic. There are some issues that I think are very relevant for the flourishment of bioeconomy. One of them certainly is funding or financing, and you have an evolution in the structures of financing or funding that is pretty relevant over the last few times. Blended finance, for example, is something that is more and more, is closer and closer and more accessible for many companies. The strategic partnerships among government, universities, the academia, the entrepreneurs, and the major corporations are very relevant for you to create value in relevant productive chains and giving sustenance and leverage to these companies. Governance. Governance is a very relevant topic for you to be able to get funding. Private sector connecting major corporations to the entrepreneurs also brings scalability and governance, important requirements for us here. And quoting Grazi, I think like Grazi mentioned, quoting some examples, unfortunately, we didn't bring two beautiful sisters like Grazi did, but we have here in the region, in the Amazon region, we have a partnership with Sustainable Amazon Foundation where we've invested approximately 130 million reais. And we have, for example, the Pirarucu chain, fish that is a symbol, an icon of the region. And with time, you provide education, training to these entrepreneurs that are related to Pirarucu, this fish, and afterwards infrastructure. And we delivered this year a floater, kind of a barge that adds safety for you to have more time to sell that fish. You add value to this chain of production. And so this is additional income for this chain. We also have a partnership with the Amazon Journey, Jornada Amazônia, and you see in many startups here connected to with major corporations to generate solutions. So bioeconomy certainly has its own dynamic to generate value and develop a future with less carbon. Super, thank you, Walter.
You are one of the founders of Now Partners. You're helping many companies to flourish on that space. How do you foresee bioeconomy in the next few years, my friend?
Let me first ask, who of you doesn't speak so well English?
You have to speak that in Portuguese.
Tem pessoas que não falam inglês?
There are people who don't speak English.
No, todo mundo
no?
entende inglês.
You understand English, right? Because I'm not ashamed, not shy, but it's harder for me to express something. So I'll speak in English, and if people don't understand, I think we have translation. So
I think I want to start with saying that Brazil, I think, plays a really crucial role in the world, because you have also asked me to bring in an international perspective on Brazil and also how Brazil can work with the world. And it's one of the most innovative countries, I would say, in regard to the bioeconomy. And I think you can really offer non-ideological solutions of how to really develop, concrete implementations. So I think it's wonderful to sit with a mining company, which traditionally wouldn't be seen in a sustainability environment, or a mainstream bank. Natura, everybody expects, of course, that they do wonderful things, but they can be done in any industry. And they have to be done in any industry, and at the moment we often have an international political context in which these challenges of climate, biodiversity and others are highly politicized. And I think we need to continue doing the work and stay the course and demonstrate with concrete examples how it actually looks like. I myself have been doing this for 40 years, starting with the industrial group of my family in Southeast Asia, and was a farm that I transitioned to regenerative agriculture. And we have all come a long way. We also know we have a much further way to go. But I think the vision for me needs to be that we find solutions that are, and I speak here especially also for land use and farmers and indigenous communities and so forth, that is more profitable for farmers than the current situation, especially smallholder farmers, family farmers. And at the same time contributes to the economic development of the country, because this is what most governments are looking at. Whatever they say in policy statements, income and economic development have to be achieved at the same time as we regenerate natural and human systems. And we can do this. Natura is, of course, one of the world's most recognized examples of that, but there are many others, and I think the measurement of that also, again, with the integrated bottom line, for example, really allows also to demonstrate how is this actually working. And so my vision is that we find truly regenerative solutions. What's a regenerative solution? We as humans, we cut up the world into climate and biodiversity and supply chains and so forth. The reality of life is there's only one life. It's one system. And a truly regenerative solution benefits all aspects of this system, right? So this is the difference to modernity, where we try to fix individual problems and then we find a solution, but it creates lots of side effects. And this can be economic, this can be in medicine, this can be in many different things. So I think the vision of a truly social bioeconomy is that by its very nature, it serves all aspects of the system. Of course, this is much easier said than done, but if we don't have a clear vision of where we are going, we will likely walk in the wrong direction, right? So there are also examples of how this can actually become the mainstream, because for now, these solutions are maybe already strong, they are growing, but they are still not the mainstream. So where do we have actually a mainstream of that? If we travel for a moment to Andhra Pradesh in India, a state with over 50 million inhabitants and 1.5 times the size of Italy, you find a very regenerative agroecology approach that is already practiced by 1.2 million farmers, with the effect that in the first year, transitioning from green revolution chemical agriculture to this highly innovative approach, they make more profit. They also have all the wonderful social and environmental regeneration effects. And it scaled from 40,000 farmers to 1.2 million farmers in 9 years. And changing habits in farming is one of the most slow and challenging issues. So it shows we can be both fast and we can grow very large. And in about 5 years, this approach will be used by 3 million farmers in Andhra Pradesh. And that will be then 50% of all farmers in Andhra Pradesh. That is the mainstream. It will be then the mainstream, because it is highly innovative and delivers on all of these different criteria. As a result, 16 states in India want to do this. India, for your information, 120 million farmers, right? So we can imagine that in another 10 years, we maybe have 50, 60 million farmers doing this in India, which is, of course, a lot of other people involved in the value chain. And as a result, over 50 countries from around the world came to us and said, we want to adapt this to our local conditions. And of course, this needs to be done very respectfully. But for example, we have already done this successfully in Zambia, which is completely different culture, different environmental conditions, and so forth. So we demonstrate this can be done. And we also just brought a wonderful delegation of 30 Brazilian leaders to Andhra Pradesh to explore what I call co-innovation. Of course, learning from that method and seeing it in application. But Brazil has, of course, fantastic, regenerative cultivation methods like C.A.S.E, which we talk about maybe later because I don't want to take too much time now. And they the people that went there represented over 3 million Brazilian farmers. So many of them said, representing, Unicafes that has 1,500 cooperatives as members, or over 1 million members, 1,500 cooperatives. The MST, which has many, many farmers involved, CAMTA and others that some of you know. And they now want to establish these co-innovation training centers in Brazil so that we can actually learn from the best methods, also from Africa and other locations, that can really work on the concrete situation here. So if we are really ambitious and we say we want to become the new mainstream, then we need to think about, okay, what is the infrastructure, what's the training, what's the financing, what are all the things that are needed to achieve this vision for a new bioeconomy.
Thank you so much, Walter. And vou dizer para vocês, grande evento.
And I'll tell you, a major event is done by major panelists, but with a major audience also. And I'm here in front of a platoon that I will name and tell you the responsibility they have. Hugo Barreto helped establish the Roberto Marinho Foundation and gives Brazil the soul it has today. Roberto Vacchi established Concertação para a Amazônia and made us understand, better understand the connections between the southeast and the northern region of Brazil. Roberto Calil connects CASP with circularity throughout the world and brings all the knowledge from Pão de Açúcar. And Marcelo, my namesake from all times, we had a panel this morning who thought of this case, who established this here, and the Baku panels last year. A round of applause for all of them. Also recognition, sincere recognition for the work they do, which is wonderful. Marcel, I think they mentioned Belém, that understands everything about carbon, and Belém, and is named Belém by coincidence. But anyhow, but nothing in this life is a coincidence, Grazi. And then when Furtado established it, it's because my piggyback was to say the following. Case one thought of was to bring us the concrete cases of the Brazilian industry and what the Brazilian companies can do and are doing and can spread this throughout the world. That's the will of President Eduardo also. We have arrived to COP, at all COPs as a whole, at the peak of our negotiation ability. We have a global carbon market. We know how much the world emits. We have a whole picture of how we're reducing these emissions. Now we need to implement that and make us be able to effectively reduce all that and face the major global challenge, which is produce the $100 trillion of the world GDP, cutting down, Evan will correct me, there are 53, not 42 gigatons. There are controversies. Then we'll go into the technical terms. And today we're bringing down 11,000 hectares. We have to revert that. That's the accounting. Brazil has a lot of solutions to revert that. Here we have, and quoting Natura, who introduced us here, when I was there, I always use that image, and many ex-Naturas here know very well how the work with biodiversity connects all these dimensions, and at the same time, captures carbon from the atmosphere, brings nature back, and values people's lives. Best practical example of all that is I always using the alcoba case, timber, wood used in the south of the country to do brooms and roofs, and we taught the communities we could use the seeds, and when earn 3 times more, so they stop bringing down trees and selling seeds. So these are the cases we want to see expanded and reiterated throughout the world. I ask you, which are the existing solutions you already see in your businesses? Which are the chains that are already established, and what's the potential for upscaling we have to bring them to the larger market, to other sectors, to other countries, flooding the world with solutions? Again, with you first, Grazi. Last week, in the pre-COPs we had around in Sao Paulo, there was one of the largest meeting of investors called PRI. I don't know if anyone was there. And why am I saying that? It didn't change, people. Investors are still interested in discussing these topics. First, to upscale and do all that, we'll need money to do this. So there's still a lot of interest in this topic. We also know international investors, as Walter well mentioned, that Brazil is the place to do that. There's even an investor video, something interesting. It says, it seems too good to be true, because there's interest, there's genetic heritage, there are opportunities, there are entrepreneurship, the government also wants it. So what is missing truly for this business to be the huge success in Brazil? I think we always want time to run faster than it can. So we are on the right path. Maybe could be faster by our wishes, but it's happening. As to work upon traditional knowledges, but also a lot of investment in science is paramount. Because for you to upscale this, you'll have to go into other productive chains where you need to have a foreseeability, given standard, given formats for this to really be able to happen. So to develop science is paramount. To develop partnerships, for example, I'll mention the bioeconomy part once again. The ones going there to visit, you see there's a part of a large production part, because it's an investment. Investment is heavy. So how do we help entrepreneurs that need machinery that maybe he doesn't use all the time? How do we take advantage of that ecosystem boom of startups, technology, fintechs? How do we bring that boom, the startup booms, to bioeconomy? The bioeconomy part has that interest. Vale and Natura are there, and we'd like other companies that are also have the same agenda. I'll even look to see if there's someone I know to call later, but they should participate. Food, beverage, cosmetic companies, pharmaceutical companies. So the opportunities, we always hear that the secrets of the forest would save the whole humanity. So how do we bring that and spread throughout humanity? So what we've been doing, we're not a consumption good company. We can't go into that space, but from our side, what can we bring? Contribute with our resources, our management structure, bring partners. Every time we are in the national and international agendas, we talk about this. We bring people to visit. As you said, you visited Carajás. It's important because it's not that the foreigners, the gringos, don't know it. Brazilians don't know the Amazon region either. So bring people to come here to get to know this, to do development. This is something we are able to do. Give visibility, use our fund, and also work a lot upon public policies. So we talked about carbon so much over the last few years. We're going to talk much, much, much more about nature. How do we work towards this standardization of accounting for in nature? How do we turn this into value? Everyone mentions the relevance of payment for environmental services, for conservation. How do we make this happen? So for us, who are not a consumption company, how do we work upon this structure? And this is what we have been able to do to collaborate with the agenda. Very good. Wonderful. I think as a bank, we have relationship with all sectors in the economy. Maybe I'd like to focus on one sector, which is the sector of agriculture and livestock from Brazil. Brazil has a huge competitiveness in that sector and contributes a lot for the world food safety. The same way you need to care for energy safety and this energy transition, you need to care very much also for food safety. And here you clearly have the topic of the biodefensives. You clearly have a meaningful evolution in that point. Yesterday I was at an event in COP30, which is one of the largest companies of the world in the production of sugar and ethanol. And clearly for the reduction of their carbon footprint, biodefensives are part of that equation. So you see, we already have mature technology. You'll see you have a scalable technology that a major corporation, only to quote an example, uses that. And the success of Brazilian agribusiness has a lot to do with productiveness. So all that issue of biodefensives have to do with of this productivity. Another topic Bradesco is connected to since its beginning is integration of agriculture, forest, and livestock, and it's key to upscale the agriculture and livestock production and maintaining and preserving the environment. And these kinds of initiatives that connect bioeconomy, a deeper knowledge of given elements of nature, research, the academia, innovation, entrepreneurship, all that connects even in a sector that is so relevant for the world and for Brazil. So I think right now at this moment, it's worth to leave this message from this sector that clearly is a very relevant sector for the Brazilian economy and that is able to upscale using bioeconomy as a part that integrates its value chain. Wonderful, thank you. Walter, tell us, what have you seen throughout the world that are solutions that can be upscalable, that can gain another proportion and bringing a pathway to join the agendas of climate, nature, and people?
Is this amazing solution in India? And it's important to say that this method was created by going around the world and collecting the best agriculture methods that exist, the most innovative. And of course, it can be much further developed. And I think it's very important that we consider, when we think of the word innovation, not only AI and genetics, but that learning, truly understanding biology is one of the greatest opportunity for innovation, for agriculture, forestry, pharmaceuticals, and many other topics. We have not done much of that. Agriculture has basically become chemistry. We haven't considered how to actually revitalize the soil so that it is naturally productive as it has been for hundreds of millions of years. You know, we are not the first who are creating products out of nature. Nature has been creating products out of nature for a long, long time. And we have, however, experienced that adding chemicals to this process can increase productivity. And at that time, that was very innovative. But like the diesel motor, at the time, it was an amazing innovation. But now, the diesel motor isn't anymore an amazing innovation. It is a 20th century technology. Chemical farming is a 20th century technology. We will live with it for decades because transitions are slow. But in the same way as we are shifting to electric motors, we also need to shift to these truly regenerative forms of agriculture and forestry and get better and better at implementing them and understanding how the super productivity happens in Andhra Pradesh. And it's much harder to understand that from biology because if you study just a few chemical compounds, it's very easy in a lab to experiment with that. Nature is unbelievably complex. And so we often don't fully understand but we can see the results. And since I come from business, I'm very oriented towards results and pragmatism. So if it delivers better results and I don't fully understand it, I still like to do it. But we also want to understand it more deeply. So this is part of it. And the key question that is used against agroecology, natural farming, organic farming, whatever you call it, is it cannot deliver on food security. That is what the chemical industry, and of course by now almost every scientist, almost every university professor and so on tells us, because that's what they have learned and they do it with good intentions. But it's not true. So we can demonstrate that we have significantly higher productivity with these regenerative methods. And like in the example of Andhra Pradesh, we can also show we can do it at scale. And there are other countries and other methods that I don't have time to go into where we can also do it. But we can also do it with safdende, with palm oil. And this is particularly relevant because we are also talking here about supply chains. And palm oil, as you know, is one of the most desired products in food and cosmetic production. Everybody uses it, and it's very hard to replace. But it was also one of the 4 most destructive contributions to deforestation, especially where I come from Southeast Asia, where over 90% of palm oil is being produced. And therefore, we didn't consider that we can actually produce the palm oil differently. We just said palm oil is bad. It's actually not bad, it's just palm oil. It's like money. Money isn't bad, it's how you use the money. And here, with Natura's help over 13 years, and CAMTA, this amazing cooperative in the Amazon that's 90 years old, and Embrapa and other institutions, we developed this amazing, more productive method that outperforms monoculture, chemical-based palm oil production by 30 to 40% tree by tree. And on top of it, it can produce many other crops like cacao and acai. But for example, if you were to combine it, which we are now looking to do with the Andhra Pradesh approach, you could actually have many other fruits, vegetables, legumes, and so forth, so that you could combine the production of highly valuable cash crops with organic, healthy, diverse food production that can nourish the farmers, their community, and local markets, and also school meals and other public purchasing programs, which then also already in the full value chain gives us offtake. And then you can sell the cash crops to companies like Natura or others. Nestle, I'm sure, would love to buy more and more of this because everybody wants palm oil, just nobody knows yet, or very few people, that you can produce it differently. So this is a very good example how you can achieve food security, much higher income for the farmers who are maybe now only doing cassava or some other crops, and economic development and full supply chain integration, especially also when you help the farmers to already crush the berries, to make oil out of them, to help cooperatives develop the refinery capacity. And we have wonderful friends here from Amazon people who are doing this in the Amazon. And also I mentioned already CAMTA, and there are more and more producers. And we need to see how we can help them to scale, because what I want to do when we have thousands of hectares under very profitable cultivation, I want to take this back to Southeast Asia, where my family has been working for over 130 years, and talk to the people there that we of course know, and say, look, in Brazil, there's actually a much more profitable way to do this, and it can overcome all of this terrible image that you have. And of course, in Southeast Asia, you have also younger generations that are ready to change if you show them better ways. And again, Brazil could play a world-leading role in this. So if we work together to scale this one method, and of course the others, we can have a tremendous impact, and we can also show to the world that the socio-bioeconomy is really an innovative economy of the future that can be scaled and support the billions of people that depend on regenerative land use. Because if we really want to have impact in the world, that's where we can have a very significant impact, because so many lives, jobs, and of course impacts on nature depend on it.
Thank you, Walter. Thank you. Very good points. Acho que é importante a gente lembrar, trazer
I think it's important for us to remember and bring another element about the structuring of the offer of bioeconomy. How do we create new solutions to structure new markets? It's important to remember COP is coming home, because COP is born in Brazil. 92, the conference in Rio, we were all a little younger. I worked 10 years in Natura, the creams work. I'm much older than I look. And I remember 92 very well. And we had the 3 conventions of Rio being established. And then the first edition of the climate convention, COP, goes to Germany. And the Helmut Kohl, chancellor at the time, countryman Walter, nominates a competent youngster to take care of the conference called Angela Merkel, and she suggests they do negotiations, and that parallel to the negotiations you establish an annex talking about the subsidies and how much each country was subsidizing the non-renewables, the fossil fuels, and how much would go to do the transition to the new economy. We could never take that out of paper, remove that. Just it's important to think how the markets are anchored to the old world and how we need to fiddle with the the macro conditions to structure the markets where bioeconomy will flourish. Now, I'd like to hear from you a little bit. We have the climate company going on, people with ties, with scouts and delegations that are bilaterally, multilaterally adopting decisions about the future of humanity. What do you think we have to think, we have to ask them, and how do we deal with public policy to begin improving the structure of the demand for bioeconomy? I want to hear from you a little bit in an economic thought related to public policy as to how to provide competitiveness to that market and how to move forward, make bioeconomy move forward, but also the solutions that bring additional items in retaining carbon by bringing life and preserving nature. So we have important fields, Grazi. Where would you think the negotiators must look, and what are the main solutions we need to suggest to structure that market? That's a pretty broad question, but what occurs to me that I think is important to mention? For us to do that decarbonization, we will have to, well, we are in the land of bioeconomy, right? So biofuels. Decarbonization throughout the world is not only by electrification. We need to understand each country has its own conjuncture. So talking about biofuels in Brazil is talking about nature, is talking about decarbonization. We won't have a solution for everyone. Maybe for Germany, electrification makes more sense. That's why this talk of biofuels is always a talk that divides the places pretty much. What do we to give you a concrete example, we have many modals for transportation, trucks, trains, ships. How do we insert bioeconomy, the biofuels in this? So a lot of money has been invested and a lot of research has been done, because it's not like in our cars that you just fill in with alcohol, ethanol, and petrol. You need very high concentrated energy. So we've been working with, for example, ethanol. And then from corn, ethanol from sugarcane. But how do we do that, for example, for ships? Because a ship goes and has to come back, so it has to fill its tanks. So how do we develop mechanisms first that don't have a solution for everyone? That's the first thing. Second thing is it can't be more expensive. Decarbonization things must have the same price. How does that happen? It happens because either you uh, establish taxation or incentives, because you have to upscale things. As they are upscaled, they are become cheaper, so we need upscale. So we are in a dilemma. I don't grow because it's expensive. So how do we do that? I'd say the problem is not technology. The problem, I'd say, is not even money. I think the problem is truly how to structure the demand, what we call in English the offsetters. Who is willing to buy? Who is willing to pay? And if you won't pay more, how do we develop public policies for that? Uh, Whichever one you choose, you can use, the cost value will be the same. So decarbonization can't make things more expensive in the world. It has to make the world, much on the contrary, must make world have access. Otherwise, we'll stay with the cheaper and older solutions. Thank you. Marcelo, you bring an interesting mosaic, an interesting history from 1992. The creams worked less for me than for you, but anyhow, we're in the competition, right? So, yes, the topic is that it's a transformation and changes are very hard. That is the major topic. And when we look at CASE, for example, climate action solutions engagement, that's what it's about. How this is the COP of action. We have the ambition, it has the ambition of being the COP of action. And all COPs in all our talk have the mission of being cooperation, because there's no alternative here. You have an asymmetry of wealth in the world, nations that are rich, wealthy, and that may not have the ability of producing results like Brazil has the possibility of producing. We have wealth, a biological wealth that is huge. We can and should even lead that agenda, but it's an agenda of cooperation. When you look towards the world, there's a terrible noise. I was talking to Walter here just a little before our panel, and with all his journey of 40 years dealing with all these topics, uh, you have engagements and disengagements, so to say. Like everything in life, it's not a straight line. You move forward and then you have setbacks, but in a directionally, I'm an optimist in this story. We're building solutions, so clearly you have solutions. The biofuels, for instance, Grazi mentioned, I had mentioned a little earlier. You have, for example, here in Brazil today, a project of sustainable aviation fuel from macaúba fruit or plant. Probably we found a journey which is a super solution that is sustainable. You have recovery of degraded lands. You have no competition between energy and food because nobody eats macaúba. But what I think is this: there is no alternative to my seeing except for cooperation. Same way the world is asymmetric in wealth, it must be asymmetric in the solution. But it's hard. It's hard. And it demands a lot of talk, a lot of negotiations and so forth. But certainly this involves this cooperation between government, academia, companies, for you to find alternatives for funding. From my side of the banks, blended finance is paramount for that equation. Sustainability, profitability are not opposite goals. Much by the contrary, sustainability of businesses requires a risk analysis, which is not only financial in the short term, it's a sustainability analysis of a long-term structure. So a little bit with your provocation, I think that's a journey. Yes, thank you, Fernando. Walter, what do you predict for the future of negotiations, and how do we change the incentives so we can better structure markets for bioeconomy with the right incentives?
The example of land use, you can of course go through all industries, but somehow I landed on land use here. It represents more or less 25% of all emissions. So if you can not use any chemical inputs, which not only are not useful, they're actually harmful for productivity, and of course for biodiversity and many other things, but they're also very harmful because they produce 25% of all carbon emissions. You can already economize that. Again, this will take decades. We're talking about transition processes. Secondly, one thing that most people haven't yet fully understood is that land is the largest profitable sequestration opportunity for the climate solution. Of course, oceans also sequester, but we can't do that much with the oceans, and maybe you shouldn't do that much with the oceans. But with land, we can do a lot. So if we would transition the entire agriculture and forestry industry towards regenerative practices, there are calculations which, could be more or less precise, that over decades we can not only stop warming, we can reduce warming again, because we can sequester. And this is something that energy production, except if it is done through land use, cannot offer. So solar energy, wind, and so forth can reduce emissions, and therefore is a very important part of the solution. But we should pair it with land use, because together they really are the solution. And then there's, of course, materials that are also significant. And you, by the way, have, of course, in Brazil, another world-class example. And this is not for family farmers, but for 50,000 hectare plus farmers in Native, that is producing 1/3 of the world's sugar, cane sugar, in a completely organic and regenerative way. And they're very profitable, and they are advising farmers that own lands that have 100,000, 200,000, 300,000 hectares, and that grow all kinds of other crops. So you can also do this at very large scale. And again, Brazil is an innovation leader. And in terms of the ecosystem service payments, right? So at the moment, we are doing the contrary of ecosystem service payments. So subsidies for chemical agriculture or a lot of other industries, we're actually subsidizing. It's so perverse, but we are so used to it. The emissions of carbon. We are actually paying companies to emit carbon. If we would just stop that, we would already level the playing field. And by the way, in India, just to give that example, it's $27 billion, and we are still, with this method that I talked about, outcompeting financially the farmers that are receiving all of these subsidies, right? So we are against the subsidies winning commercially. Now, in Egypt, for example, we work with the largest regenerative agriculture and industry group, and there we developed a carbon credit program called Economy of Love, which sounds a little less corny in Arabic. And there we have already transitioned many thousands of farmers because they are now earning the income from their organic farm production. They are receiving ecosystem service payments, and therefore they can sell the product for conventional prices. And I think that should actually be our direction, because at the moment this idea that you pay more for organic and that everybody is looking for a price advantage turns health into a luxury. Healthy food should be available to everybody, and therefore we have to be so productive that we can pay it for conventional prices. And also that can already happen not only in these examples I gave. During the COVID crisis, organic milk was cheaper to produce than chemically supported milk production and was therefore sold for the same price in French supermarkets. And the organic farmers in cattle made more money than the conventional farmers. And by the way, we can also, if we had more time, talk about how you can graze cattle in ways that it sequesters carbon, which also is hard to imagine. But that's the thing about innovation. Innovation is always hard to imagine until you demonstrate how it works on the ground and you actually take the time to study it. So if we do, we actually can find the solutions.
Obrigado, Walter. Super obrigado. Gente, a gente está...
Thank you, Walter. Super thank you. Well, we have huge competition because Gilberto Gil will come in a while, and then there's some talks beside, and we have to end in a few minutes. We're going to our last round. I think we're talked a lot about decarbonization and maybe a little bit going to the structure of carbon markets, and talk only for a minute because COP is thinking of establishing that and how they have been working. I think some of you have seen or heard that Brazil established a coalition of the ones that want to connect regulated markets. So here we have a world to decarbonize with 53 or 42, depending on the criterion. How do we reduce that? There's a global stock take plan. Brazil issues about 6.2 gigatons, and the solutions for the economy are decarbonization solutions. So we have to join these worlds. Nowadays, the commercialized market of Brazil is very small. We issue 2.6 and commercialize 20 million tons, which is almost nothing in the voluntary market. So you have to reestablish the criteria and accounting to provide trust to the voluntary market. But a regulated market is coming also, and we have a regulated carbon market with 500,000 tons. There's a huge potential in Brazil, and the surveys in USP point towards a figure of 960 a million tons with the regenerative cultures, and we have many other solutions like the biofuels, like decarbonization of the industry. And I know I saw Valley with a series of initiatives, so I'd like to hear a little bit about concrete practical cases to see to this. The first phase is to organize the voluntary market, the interoperability between with this market, and then connect to the common global market among the ones that want to connect: Brazil, EU, China, Canada, Australia. And I think that's a process that will last for a few years, but this construction begins here in Belém. So I'd like to hear from you what we are already doing. How do we collaborate for decarbonization? How do we join that? What each one, quick statement. Here it says I have 15 minutes. There was a problem with the count with time keeping, so I'll leave decarbonization. So it's better trusting people than screens. So I'll ask you for your final considerations and a quick word about what you're doing for decarbonization. Well, when I talked about how we upscale things with public policies, incentives, to have a carbon market that is regulated with accountability or accounting, where we can compare, will be essential to speed this up. Brazil is very well positioned. We're talking from the standing point of nature, but also industrial operations that you mentioned very well. We've worked with a group of companies in a coalition that we call carbon measures for us to define carbon, because we are talking about a financial market and we need to be able to explain that that anywhere in the world, profit is profit. This carbon really exists, and this is how it works. It has trustworthiness, and how to transaction this. So we'll see that story that they tell for many years to the rules producers. They told us here, but for Brazilians in general, we have a huge carbon potential, and we need to implement that. Legislation harmonization is paramount. Create strong mechanisms and work hard for the bottlenecks, because there's many bottlenecks that have delayed the projects. Thank you, Grazi. A round of applause for Grazi. In my 30 seconds, trying to add some things. I think for us in Bradesco, we have an agenda that is to take that agenda to our clients, not to our huge clients like Vale, for example, that have a very solid agenda in their own operation, but take this to all our client portfolio, small, micro, mid-sized companies. Take that as an opportunity, a business opportunity within a business dynamic. And the second point, we launched here yesterday a memorandum of understanding with BNDES, the National Development Bank of Brazil, and other stockholders, of creating a certifying unit for carbon in Brazil. That's paramount. A little bit of what Grazi mentioned earlier. We need to be able to, we have asymmetries, we have destandardizations, and we have to find a solution for that. And we need to develop a Brazilian certifying agency or unit that can effectively not only provide guidance and direction, but certify what we generated in carbon credits. In a way, we have a high reputation that has a trading value throughout the world. Our intentions is to have this certifying unit operating since the mid of next year. We have our path ahead, but it's a concrete action of the bank as a sponsor for that such an initiative. Very well, congratulations. Very beautiful initiative. Walter, 1 minute, key takeaways, decarbonization.
The key takeaway is that we, as I described, need to integrate land use. Land is harder to measure than some other things. The perfect measurement is the absolute enemy of the good. We need to not try to reach perfection and exclude land use just because the measurement is only 80% correct. It's important in business to go in the right direction. Nobody knows the future, and still we invest billions of dollars to go in that direction. Let's do the same with carbon markets. And let's also consider that, as you said, we don't need so much to help understand these very sophisticated companies like Vale, but we need to help farmers not only with farming methods. We need to help them with what we call a farmer's MBA, where you learn everything else that has to do, because people often say you have to bring the private sector into farming. Farmers are the private sectors. They are already, the private sector is already there. And so with another fantastic Brazilian institution, your Ministry of Family Farming and Land and Agricultural Development, NBA, we are just co-creating an international school for productive forests and also for agroecology, where we will exactly do this for Brazilians as we are doing it already around the world. And then we can also already help them understand these ecosystem service payments so that we empower people on the ground and not disempower them by making things so complicated and so hard to understand that we only need specialists to talk about it. This should be very simple.
Senhoras e senhores, muito obrigado. Palmas.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. A round of applause for our panelists. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you, C.A.S.E, and good afternoon, everyone.
tarde, bem-vindos à Casa
Good
C.A.S.E.
afternoon. Welcome to CASE House on COP30. I'm Gabriela Virbe. I'm the manager of sustainability in India. And it's a big joy to be here with you today. This session is going to be in English. So if anybody needs translation, we have our promoters with the devices for the translation. CASE is the coalition of big companies here in Brazil, Bradesco, Itaú, Itaúsa, Marco Polo, Natura, Nestlé, and Vale. They got together to reinforce the importance of the engagement in the agenda of climate and nature. CASE is going to be active until 17th of November, approaching each day a different theme connected to COP. Yesterday we had food systems. Today is bioeconomy. It's a very dear theme for us in Natura, and we have finances, market transaction, and circular economies. So keep an eye on the program. We're going to begin our panel. So we have our guests talk about sustainable sourcing, mobilizing the bioeconomy, starting from the private sector. The panel is going to approach how the private sector can be an inductor of bioeconomy, structuring chains of sustainable supplies that will amplify the demand of social biodiversity and strengthening the competitiveness in global markets. And I have an honor to call into our panel the CEO of Natura, João Paulo Ferreira. CEO of Bemol and associate of COP30 of the private sector of Amazon, Denis Minev. The crown leader of Down on Brazil, Mariana Orsini. And to moderate the panel, the Director of Policies and Transformation of UBT, the Union of the Market Biocommerce, Maria Coelho Riva.
I have to apologize because we're doing this in English because of me. I tried Portuñol and they told me we'll do it in English. So here we go. But lovely to have the chance to be here and to have such an amazing panel with us. So I hope we'll have a really interesting conversation. So I already forgot my clicker that I needed to have. Gabi, would you pass me the clicker, please? Thank you. All right, so we're going to talk about bioeconomy and sustainable sourcing. And I wanted to start, if this works. Anybody? Any technical people? Oh, there we go. No, but this was not the first slide. There we go. We're going to go. Oh, there we go. This is my first slide. And the question is for you, Dennis. Yesterday, I was in AgriZone, which is one of the areas here in the COP, and I saw a vending machine just like this. It says, aquí tem Bioeconomia, produtos da floresta, direto de quem cuida dela. So I was looking at this, and of course we know the conceptual notion of bioeconomy, but I wondered, what does bioeconomy mean to you as special envoy of the Amazon private sector?
Well, first, thank you for the invitation. I'm very glad to be here. Thank you for putting us after Gilberto Gil. You know, this is a way to let down the public. Also, you know, I'm always happy to remind you, we just faced torrential rain, and it's already almost gone. By the end of our panel, you know, it'll be dry.
They cannot leave now.
No, yeah, that's true. So you have to stay. So let me tell you what I think bioeconomy is, and then I'll make a brief comment of what I think bioeconomy is not. I've tried to divide bioeconomy in the Amazon into a bioeconomy of the territory. So the Amazon, the Brazilian Amazon has roughly 500 million hectares. This is just the Brazilian Amazon. And 90 million hectares of those have been deforested over history. And of those, 70 million are in poor use. Well, one of the most important aspects of the bioeconomy is how do we occupy the deforested area of the Amazon with high productivity. So how do we plant agroforestry systems? You know, Natura has a lot of initiatives on that front with palm oil and other products. This is a tremendous opportunity, and this is a bioeconomy that we really need to figure out. Because if we get to develop in the millions, we have 70 million available. If we get any millions, that's sufficient for a prosperous economy. That is really sufficient for the Amazon region. There's, depending on who counts, 20 to 30 million people. That's sufficient for prosperity. There's a second bioeconomy, which I'll equate to a bioeconomy more connected. The first one is as well, but more connected to science and to the knowledge economy. So everyone agrees that the Amazon is this incredible place where we have the most extensive biodiversity in the world, where life grows the fastest, and yet we have not been able to figure out a society that leverages this to prosperity. I think it's about time we did. So those are I think, the two, let's say, the two extremes. One is a person in the lab trying to develop a pharmaceutical or a new food item or a new cosmetic. The other one is how do we occupy this enormous land that we have that, you know, to a great degree we have wasted. I'll just make now a brief comment of what I think it is not. I hope all of you are enjoying acai. Acai is delicious, especially in Kairu ice cream shops. But it bothers me sometimes when I see pictures of what they call bioeconomy, people climbing trees to get acai. So I dislike profoundly that image. It's unlikely that in the places where you are from, if you are not from here, anybody climbs trees to survive. In Brazil, in fact, it is illegal to work at over 2 meters of height. If you need to change that lamp, you need specialized equipment, you need safety equipment. And yet, for some reason, people think that when an Amazonian, oftentimes kid, a small kid, will climb one of those trees, people think that is fine. That is not fine. You wouldn't want your children to do that. The people who are doing it right now probably don't want their children to be doing that. So I like to disglamorize a little bit of what we call bioeconomy and try to emphasize the other two, which are much more connected to learning, to the knowledge economy, and what I think is a prosperous future for the Amazon.
Fantastic. And I think that what it is not also takes us to the core of what it is, which is equity and safety, health, prosperity, as you said, right? So it's not enough that it's a bio-based economy, but the bioeconomy incorporates those aspects. So I think that's super important. Now, this was an Amazon view and great examples from the Amazon. Going to you, João Paulo, you were the chair of the CA.S.E COP30 Bioeconomy Working Group, which of course had companies from all over the world. And I know that one of the approaches you took to bioeconomy is quite a broad range of types of activities and typologies of activities. So maybe can you tell us a little bit more about these activities, how do they bring in the idea of bioeconomy?
Sure. Yet, perhaps to start, I want to build on Dennis's remarks. Because we see the natural capital entrapped in the forest. But if that is not translated into financial gains, into social prosperity, in environmental protection, I mean, that means nothing. And the key to that, in my opinion, is related to technology. Applied science, applied to being able to transform it's produced there so that people are willing to pay. And finally, to create business models that, in the end, bring that value generated back to the communities, so that people don't need to continue climbing trees, right? So that was the essence of that debate. We wanted, of course, bioeconomy to be understood as a climatic solution, because up to very recently, they were treated separate. And of course, if there is value there, and the value translates into being able to use that wealth and yet preserve the forest, then it's a climatic solution. So we were pushing in that direction so that we can recognize, even standardizing the global protocols so that they come together, right? But also helping, connecting with financing institutions so that those value chains can be funded so that we use the most potential of that. That's in essence what we were talking about, but I wanted to build on Dennis's points.
Fantastic. So would you, I remember the first time I came to Belém many years ago, there was somebody from an NGO that got up in the panel and said, I don't like it when they talk about biodiversity as green gold, because it gives the impression that you go when it's already valuable. And I guess what you're saying is, no, there needs to be a lot of steps and a lot of connection to build that value, and then that value needs to come back, right? So it sounds like there's various different steps there. Okay. Let me finish this round of questions with you, Mariana. And of course, Dow is a chemicals company. So in a way, yeah, the question is, yeah, how does bioeconomy fit in there? And, you know, and the idea of biodiversity and the dependency or impact on biodiversity.
Thank you for the question. While Dennis was talking, I was also thinking that it's funny how we decouple bio with economy, because for us, we're big consumers of water and energy, and we depend on the nature to do so. So the first step we've done, we're a company that has 129 years. And since 1995, we have our sustainability goals. And they are 10-year-long goals. We have the third block of goals finishing this year. And one of the things we've done is to recognize that we need to make sure that when we talk about community, we talk about the ecosystem of the community. And so Dow is the first material science company who last year offered water and nature goals. Because we used to have goals for climate change to protect the planet, and we realized that only talking about climate change from a decarbonization perspective or circularity perspective, it's not enough, right? So I think that one of the things is recognizing that we live in an ecosystem and we need to make sure that we are doing our best to maintain the watersheds that we use, the biodiversity that we explore, and the areas around it. And one great example, and I think it's great because it was inspired by Natura. I don't know if you know this, but we're a supplier for Natura for silicones. And we start our production for silicones in exploring, we produce silicone metal in Pará State. To produce silicone metal, you need charcoal, you need chips, wood chips, and you need quartz. And we do that in Breu Branco in our operation near Tucuruí. And because it's an Amazon land, we have 38,000 hectares of untouched Amazon land. And when Natura came to visit us, they looked at it and said, why aren't you doing anything with this? You probably have a lot of products over there that could be useful for you to monetize it. And then we started thinking on how would we do it? It's not our thing. And so we've decided that this was a great opportunity for us to continue to connect with the community. So we've chosen a community. We have had the opportunity to bring our operations and our safety protocols to this community. You can imagine what it's like for you to enter an asset from a chemical company. You have to have your EPIs, right? And so we taught the community how to explore that land. We made the mapping of the phenology. We've discovered that Andiroba was one of the key trees that we would have in that ecosystem. And now we are building the third year of collaboration with them in order to offer them the land so that they can explore it. And to your point where we need to make sure that people use the land the best way possible, if we compare this land in 2010, like the territory, and 2020, all around we have soybeans and livestock. We are almost the only 38,000 hectares of Amazon that is protected. And now our understanding is that if we offer the community this opportunity, they will move away from soybeans and livestock and maybe work together with us, so then we can maybe have another opportunity to explore bioactives from our own land.
Amazing example, great. And you bring me to the next point, which is the future, right? Because you're basically saying there were two futures and we were able to kind of support the company towards one side. Now, speaking of the future, I love this, which I came across because this is one future we don't want, right? To come back and have it be 48 degrees. I don't want to be back in Berlin if it's that hot, to be honest. I don't want anybody to have to be with that kind of heat. So that's a future we don't want. But what is the future we do want? João Paulo, in this year, actually, Natura just adopted this new mentality of regenerative, right? And I think it's almost been said this replaces sustainability, not replaces, but goes beyond. You're learning from your past to look at the future. So I'm wondering, looking to the future, as we don't want this, what is the vision of what we do want, and how does the notion of regenerative and the notion of bioeconomy come together or complement each other?
There's no replacement. It, as we say internally, includes and transcends. That's what we need to do. And it came from the realization that sustaining the world as it is today doesn't look like a good idea. So we need to go beyond. There's a need for healing, there's a need for cure, there's a need to restore, regenerate. But actually, beyond the simple understanding of that, we learn from researchers. You know, leading edge researchers are saying that, you know, this is the way to go. And we understood that healthy ecosystems evolve to greater states of abundance. Right? So that's what the inspiration came from. Well, actually, if we combine all the elements together, there's no need to deplete systems. Actually, they can regenerate and grow to ever-growing states of abundance. We needed to translate that to business terms. So over years, we worked also with economists and researchers that helped us measuring human, social, environmental capital. So we tried and monetize those capitals, and we currently issue an integrated P&L whereby we show the financial results, social, environmental, and human capital translated into money. And I'm happy to say that the economic impact of our activities is 3 times greater than our current revenues. So with that in mind, we said, okay, this is where we want our business to be by 2050, the latest, is that everything that we do creates a greater stage of abundance, that it regenerates the social tissue, that people live better, that the society benefits more with what we do, that the world and the environment is better off because we are producing and selling our goods. Now, with that in mind, that triggers innovation. So this is what we want to do to keep differentiating ourselves. We want to be relevant to our customers because of that. Now, we do a lot of interesting things that we learned over the years, but there are challenges for which we don't have answers yet. So that needs to feed our innovation funnel. And we have been reshaping our innovation funnel, and I'm not talking only about product innovation, but also our commercial solutions, digital solutions, processes, and business models, so that we can reach that goal. It's not only about the bioeconomy, but it's also about that. But in that perspective is how it's related to how to add even more value upstream. Right? Of course, that we need to create value downstream with very sophisticated, differentiated products, so that that value can flow back to whoever is originating that. But also move value-adding activities backwards, as we did recently. I mean, we've now implemented more than 20 agro industries in the communities, so that they're generating and capturing more value. But there's also the social technology behind this. So how do we create well-being, education, connectivity solutions, so that that community wants to stay there, right? Have a good life standards, right? So in the end, it's about setting new goals to innovate, which will eventually create solutions that, in turn, bring better businesses to us as well.
Thanks so much. Dennis, I'm wondering, what does this abundance look like in these 70 million hectares, I think you said, that are in poor use? What does abundance look like if the bioeconomy goes forth and I do come to Belém to visit Belém? Does Belém look different? Do the areas around Belém look different? What really abundance? What does that look like to you?
Okay, so let me offer you 3 archetypes of what abundance I think should look like. I think they're very obvious and there are straight paths to it, but with a lot of bottlenecks. So one, we as investors invest in 6 different agroforestry companies. one way to do it is through communities. We invest in startups, and some of them have a very simple mathematical equation. For example, cocoa is going crazy in the world. You know, I say there's a war of price in the Amazon. I don't like to say it's good versus evil, but it's a little bit like that. Cocoa is at $8,000, $7,000 a ton, and gold is at $4,000 an ounce, and that is splitting our spirits. So on the good side, 1 hectare in agroforestry can produce, if you manage it right, can produce more than 2 tons of cocoa per year. That's at $8,000. If you translate it to reais, that's almost 100,000 reais. You know, when you compare that to cattle breeding, especially our usual cattle breeding, extensive cattle breeding of half a head of cattle per hectare, you're talking about 100,000 reais per hectare versus 1,000 reais, 2,000 reais. It's not comparable. So what I'm hopeful that we will do in some of our startups, we're talking about 100,000 reais per hectare. I want to do 50,000 hectares. I was talking about 70 million. So, you know, we don't need 0.1% of that land mass to create a company that sells 5 billion reais. And so when I got invited to be a COP representative to the private sector, I said, hey, can I establish a target? I asked André Correia do Lago, he said, do whatever you want. And so I said, my target is that we have several, by the next 10 years, we have several companies based in the Amazon IPOing in Brazilian Bovespa, in regenerative agriculture, in agroforestry systems, in managed forestry. And it's really not so hard to imagine. It's hard to execute. We need financing. We need a lot of different things. If you just take into account how much land Natura is going to need for their palm oil, it's probably sufficient for a couple of companies to be IPOing and then growing and transforming a whole economy. On the other end of the same scale, we as a company, we compensate our carbon with small agroforestry projects in the state of Amazonas. So one family can manage an area of around 4 hectares. Agroforestry systems take a lot of work, different than soy or cattle, but they can be very productive. With 4 hectares, we've managed to have some families earn between 6,000 and 10,000 reais per month. That's a decent living standard where they're starting to buy a car, their house has air conditioning. I think you have noticed that air conditioning is a human right here. You know, it's ridiculous to live in the way, you know, the blue zone was the last couple of days. I think it was a great lesson. It might have been planned. Yeah. So that's the second archetype. Families producing in the forest, you know, at a middle class level, living prosperously. The third one, which was on a panel I led yesterday, is a professor at the University of Macapá. Extraordinary, called Tavares. And he has developing nutraceuticals, and his company is selling around 10 million reais per year. He's getting venture capital. You know, this is moving. But, you know, this is one example. If we look very carefully in the Amazon, we may find 2 or 3 of these. Well, we might need 100 of these. But, you know, the biodiversity of the Amazon lends itself to this. You know, it is possible. But, of course, lots of obstacles in the way. But it is a matter of choice. And it's a matter of, you know, private companies making the choice to invest.
On that note, earlier today, I've been to the new biotechnology, Bioeconomy Park, sponsored by the state, and which we're also supporting. And I was surprised, Dennis, to see that they've already mapped some 300 or so startups on biotechnology for Amazon Biotechnology. Of course, that's not enough given the rate of success in early stages. But I thought that was a great initiative, right?
You know, I understand Natura has started selecting startups to support. I think, you know, that's an obvious thing that we ought to be doing. There's enough young people. I often repeat, there is nothing wrong in the DNA of the people of the Amazon that we would be unable to compete on any different topic. You know, we ought to be doing artificial intelligence. We ought to be doing sophisticated things. We should not, I insist, be relegated to climbing trees to get acai. So it's a matter of us being able to get our act together, which is hard, I admit. I think it's much easier on the land use issue, even though it's hard. But it's more obvious because you need that palm oil, and we could produce, and you drive by any road going out of Belém, you see the land that could do it. So why aren't we able to? Long discussion, but we're here to try to solve it.
But we didn't practice this, but this leads me exactly to my next question. You said it's easy to imagine the challenge is getting our act together, right? So that takes us to the idea of bottlenecks. And much has been said in terms of market fragmentation, lack of investment, lack of infrastructure, value chain complexities, how to de-risk some of these investments, right? You talked about the level of success of startups, which is very low. So there's a long list, but I guess what are the most significant ones? Mariana, maybe come to you. In this last long list of challenges, what are some of the ones that you think really should be, you know, we should be focusing on?
I think that in terms of bottlenecks, as we're acknowledging that we're talking about an ecosystem that needs to collaborate, and so there are so many moving pieces that we need to make sure that advance. I would say for my example for the chemical industry, I would split it into production and product. So in terms of production is making sure that we know what are the innovations and the technologies that are available. When we say bioeconomy, you're also talking about biomass, for instance. We're a sort of industry who demands a lot of heat to make our processes advance. And we also need reliability for that to happen. We need 24-hour steam to be happening so that we don't have mismanaging the operation and put people's lives at risk. So this was the first challenge that we've had in terms of bringing bioeconomy to our industry. Since for over 5 years now, our operation in Bahia has 50% of biomass for the production of steam, which is a huge challenge because we also acknowledge that we need to be humble. I feel like every single business person or business leader understands that now. We need to be humble enough to understand where we can lead by ourselves and where we cannot. And so we have startups working alongside us. We have the value chain working together. And so the biomass is part of one startup who has put their effort into our operation to make sure that that would happen. That also demanded a lot of help from our side to make sure that they would continue operating. So it's not a plug-and-play solution for anything. And when we talk about product, one of the examples I think that we need is our customers buy our products because they trust on the performance of our products. They know what it does, how it does it. The 1% of silicone that I have on a shampoo or in a soap that offers the shine that you need, that grants that your hair continues to be moist. you need that in every single batch. So this means that we need to work on biodiversity, and when we talk about bioeconomy, to have minimum standards for that. I know that G20 has discussed that. We know that this is part of the ISO efforts. We're working alongside our trade associations because we understand that we can absorb this technology and that innovation when we continue to deliver high quality to our customers. We also have other opportunities to build market-based solutions. So we also have rice husk-based silicones. We also have other plastic products out of bio-based. It's not the same price because it's not the same effort, it's not the same source of raw material, it's not the same innovation, and the standards are also a challenge. So we need to find a market that has willingness to pay for this biodiversity and this bioproduct. So we can have regulations or policies that could support us subsidizing this innovation so it's more, has a price that would match the traditional solution. We can have incentives or discounts in terms of taxes. I think there are multiple solutions because we have multiple challenges on making that transition correctly.
Thank you. When you were talking about, Dennis, the wealth of the Amazon, I was thinking I tried pupunya this morning. And I'm hoping that's a superfood, just because it was so yummy. So that's maybe a startup coming to the future. But staying on the issue of challenges, you know, they say, may you live in interesting times. And I repeat that to myself a lot these days. And I guess from your perspective, Dennis, what are the interesting challenges that you're facing around the idea of bioeconomy?
I think the first and most important challenge is a challenge of learning. Generally, the people of the Amazon know how to produce in very simple ways. So everyone in the Amazon knows how to produce cattle. Everyone knows how to plant the capim and have the capim grow with very low technology, without fertilizer, and they have a good sense of how that works. But if you want to plant palm oil in an agroforestry system and you want to have it grow the right way, you want to plant at the right time, and you need fertilizer, you oftentimes need irrigation. All of that is complex. And that learning is very difficult. You know, I think Natura has been working on this with communities for a very long time. And that is something complex that takes a while. You know, I met João about maybe 10 years ago. His hair was darker, and I think part of it got white trying to teach communities how to produce in a more sophisticated way. It's hard. It's complex. And I think probably Natura could give a master class on that. There are other challenges, such as financing. If you want to produce something truly complex, it's not quick. Quick things are usually simple. Soy, some people may think it's complex, but it's relatively simple. You know, you just got to have very clear land. Most businessmen in the Amazon have figured out how to do this. But an agroforestry system where you need to plant and you need to wait 3 or 4 years to get the first batch, and oftentimes the first batch is not right, you made mistakes. For you to fix it, it's another couple years. In Brazil, there is no such financing. You know, at 15% interest rates, who survives? So financing is an issue. Logistics is an impossible issue. in the Amazon. So Natura made, they made a good choice putting their place in Belém. I'm from Manaus, we have a rivalry, but it was probably a good logistical choice. But they probably need to figure out the communities right around Belém or within a 200 or 300 kilometer radius. They're not going to be able to source from the other edge of the Amazon. It's not going to make sense. It's going to be too expensive. So, there's going to be solutions everywhere. You have to figure out, problem by problem. These are just 3 of them.
Amazing.
Probably, given our ignorance when we started, we now have a footprint of community that ranges from Acre, actually from Ecuador, Colombia, Peru, Acre, and all the way, down to here.
Let me make a comment. Look at where Natura is operating on the Rio Juruá. Now, you can go on Google Earth and look at Rio Juruá. It's hell on earth. It's a really complex place to operate. I have no idea how you chose it. It was probably not your choice. It's probably someone before you. But now you have to answer for it.
Absolutely. Yeah. But let me build on this element that you brought on financing and challenges and the way we look at this, if you allow me, Maria Julia. So taking perhaps one step back, we look at those potential bottlenecks into 4 big buckets. One is structuring the productive chains, science and technology, the regulatory environment, of course, and then building the demand, so to say. And of course, if we want to do that at scale, there's a need for financial resources to do that. But the return on those investments very long. So that is a super bottleneck. Because, who is willing to invest for 15 years to get... our agroforestry solution built with Embrapa, took 15 years. 15 years. If you take any new ingredient, say, Ukuba, if I recall well, was like 7 to 8 years of research. It's because it's not about the gold that you just go there and mine, it's already valuable, right? It's valuable, but it requires to be transformed so that it becomes liquid, so to say. So.
All right. Let me stay with you, João Paulo. Because on all these challenges, I know also looking at the work that you did in the working group, there are some really strong suggestions for what policymakers should be doing. Some you also mentioned in terms of incentives. But the title of this panel is really the role of the private sector. And these are 4 lines of work for the bioeconomy that are taken from the bioeconomy challenge, which I think they're discussing in our enemy panel over there. But we will make the link, and these are the 4 lines of work, and they're asking all actors to contribute along these 4 pillars. And I'm wondering, what do you think is the key contribution of the private sector if you look at these different pillars?
Even before we talk about those pillars, it's interesting to notice that the private sector is, since we are in a COP and talking about climate, so the private sector is responsible for 80% of the world's emissions, and for whatever reason, up to recently, the private sector thought that the solution could be outsourced to whoever, governments or NGOs, I don't know. So, which indicates a very positive change of mindset that I do see happening here. It didn't start here, but I feel that the realization from the private sector that they need to be part of the solution, right? By the way, it's unfair that an economic activity captures, whoever owns that activity, captures all the positive value that comes with it and sends the negative externalities to be dealt with by society in a diffuse manner. So I think that more and more, the private sector understands that they should be part of the solution, which I think is great. It's my feeling about the work developed by the COP30. I mean, I was surprised to see companies from all over the world actually engaged into collecting real cases of solution, of positive impact, scalable solutions, not only to be shared amongst the participants, but also to be distilled into real recommendations, right? And so when you look at this, I mean, there's a recommendation to do with global standards, as if we want to leverage external resources to accelerate solutions, we need to simplify, I mean, not to make it simplistic, but, as much as we can standardize more the different protocols, the more effective it will be our relationship with regulators, with banks, and so on. So that's a good recommendation here. But, the one that I think is of course, that there's a bit of financing, and yeah, people tend to blame on the banks, but actually, the regulatory environment, the solutions need to be better shaped so that we can capture those resources. So I think it's up to us in a big way to structure that. But then, developing bioeconomy solutions and markets as a solution for the climate. This is something that I think the private sector can push big time. Because, the carbon market is much more established than the biodiversity credits, for instance. So let's benefit from that. Let's use biodiversity to benefit from the climate market, and then we will eventually develop biodiversity credits as well, right? So I think that one is the one that, the private sector should be pushing very hard.
Right, and I think indeed the connection between climate and nature is, of course, that golden line, right, that bioeconomy brings in.
Biodiversity is the bridge between nature and climate. The bridge between both is the bioeconomy.
Yeah, and I think we have discussed this bridge only in terms of nature-based solution, but I think bioeconomy is such an important concept because I think it moves it beyond the idea of you have to have a little nature aspect to your climate solution, but really integrating it. Dennis, what about you? What, in bringing the voice of the Amazon companies, what do they see their role in making some of this happen?
I think I just wanted to reinforce João Paulo's argument. One of the things that I've heard often being involved with COP from André Corrêa do Lago, Ana Toni, is that this is the COP with, by far, the most private sector involvement. And the leadership that organizations such as CA.S.E COP, where you are one of the leaders, is not matched by initiatives in previous COPs. So I think this is a very important point that perhaps we don't appreciate enough. The last few COPs, of course, there's always private sector involvement, but not leadership like in this current COP. So you're absolutely right. We are the ones who are going to make this happen. The government may regulate, the NGOs may pressure from one side to the other, but it really has got to be business, either kicking and screaming or happily going along. Probably, if you're here, you're not kicking and screaming. That's a problem. When I got designated an envoy to the private sector in the Brazilian Amazon, I have to admit to you, this was not welcomed among my peers in the region as a good thing. Some, not all. But, there is, in many instances, a view in the Amazon that, these are not issues that are for business. Business needs to be elsewhere. If the government will regulate, fine, but we don't need to get involved. I think, it's becoming pretty clear that that's not the case. I've argued to some, and I'll mention a few instances. We have been planting agroforestry systems for a few years. The ones we planted in 2022 mostly died because we had more severe droughts than expected, both in 2023 and 2024. And so now we do irrigation. This is the Amazon. It rains a lot, but not all the time, not consistently anymore, not as much as it used to be. So we need to adapt. I think, I don't have much to add to the argument that, business should lead. I think the bright spot of this COP will be what leaders in the business sector have done. I don't think there's really that much for, governments to agree and change. I think it's mainly up to us.
Yeah, I think, of course, I hope the governments do agree in the end on this COP, but I think you're right that the level of energy and business involvement in all of these different, you mentioned the Parque de Bioeconomia, incredible, so many spaces where people are talking about these issues. I think it's, and not just talking about them, but showing what they're doing. And I think that's really inspiring. And with that, I want to go to the next point, which is the example of viable and scalable solutions. I wanted to come to you, Mariana. You mentioned your project, I think it's called IBA. I don't know if I pronounced it correctly. Yeah. So this is a fantastic project. You talked us through the process. But is this something that can be replicated? Is it just one nice example, or are there things you've learned that you're thinking we can do this in other situations?
I think every idea is completely scalable. I think that this is a good example on where we can make sure that people understand, for instance, the silicon metal that we produce at that land, regardless of the project, is already 40% lower carbon footprint than any other silicon metal that produces silicon at the end. So we are already, by producing the way we produce, offering low carbon solutions to our customers. So the next thing that we want to do is to make sure that we continue to be the reference for this, what we used to call social license to operate, meaning that it only makes sense for us to operate if we're able to connect with the communities the way they deserve, right? So we understand that by offering our land for them to extract Andiroba, and to your point on climate change and adaptation, one funny thing is we need time, because the first time we've spoken with Raoni, the sourcing manager for Natura, that we were... Is he here, Raoni?
Yay!
Hi, what a nice surprise. So when you went to our land and we said, well, I think that in 1 year we're able to harvest, like I think it's 200 kilos of Andiroba. And then Raoni looked at us and like, you're not. And then we're like, what a bummer, you know? And then we've understood that he knows enough, the level of knowledge that Raoni has on harvesting Andiroba and working with the nature is beyond anything that we could have learned in São Paulo, right? So I think that being humble enough to understand where we go to source partnerships and good information and people who are willing to share this knowledge, And he shared with us, we shared with the community. The community now understands that they need to have a larger timing in terms of harvesting. We've learned that we need to have our environment, health, and safety people available for them with the EPIs. I don't know the English word for that. For the equipment, safety equipment, because it's not a plug-and-play solution. You need to go and see when Andiroba has fallen, when is the right timing, and if you miss 1 week, it doesn't work. So I think that being humble is completely scalable, and partnering is also, right?
Fantastic. Raoni knows so much on his team, so I totally can vouch to that. You said it's not plug and play, but one of the things, Raoni organized a tour of the Embrapa area for me, so I was lucky to see the Sisteminha Embrapa, yeah, which is a plug and play. Basically a little farm that can be used by smallholders everywhere in Brazil, which was amazing. So I'm wondering then, as you talked about irrigation, are there other kind of innovations or solutions that you have found or your colleagues have found that you think might be plug and play, scalable, or maybe it's just attitudes, as Mariana's saying?
That's a hard question. So plug and play, I'm not sure. But I think there are things that, in a sense, the future brings that will make it, will help us solve problems that we have been unable to solve. I can give you a few examples of investments we have made. We have invested in a company in a thing called ekranoplanes. I don't know if any of you have heard of what an ekranoplane is. This is a technology that the Soviets developed when they wanted to bomb New York. So these are planes, they're actually flying boats that fly very low at like 5 to 10 meters from the ground. And they discovered that when you fly like that, you actually spend a lot less fuel, about 1/3 of the fuel that you spend all the way up there. These were two kids from Manaus who went to study at ITA to do their PhD, and this is their project. And so we thought, well, this is a kind of solution that we need in the Amazon. I don't know if it'll work. It's, these are startups. Oftentimes it's unlikely to work. But I mentioned this case because I think we need to be taking risks and paying attention to the future. So, for example, the whole issue with electrification. I was just, I had a task force at the Inter-American Development Bank where we're trying to imagine the future of the private sector in the Amazon. And it makes no sense to use diesel to go up and down the rivers in the Amazon. You should be using electricity. You should be using solar power. I wonder if many of you have seen the Habitas, the little outboard motors. They're fast and they're very economic. So we haven't yet figured out how to do an electric version. But man, it's about time we did. So I wouldn't say plug and play, but the technology exists. We're missing, in some instances, entrepreneurs. We're missing smart choices, R&D choices by companies, investment areas. But much is possible that I think we might be on the cusp of being able to develop.
That sounds amazing. It also sounds a little bit like the Luke Skywalker thing, that it went right on the ground.
I recommend you all look it up. It's called Aerohive. We just got 15 million from FINEP, so it's going to fly next year. I'm not going to be the one flying it. Who knows how it works out the first time? But eventually, we might get it to work.
Fantastic. Well, Gianpaolo, maybe you have a comment on this, but also I wanted to already, speaking of the future, think a week and a half ago, ahead and the end of COP30 and what is the expectation? What do we take home in terms of decisions, in terms of inspiration?
Oh, my personal expectations, right, is that, first of all, countries agree on even more aggressive NDCs, you know, and action-oriented NDCs. The second one is that bioeconomy is accepted and embedded as a climate solution. And my third expectation is that financing mechanisms are unlocked. New financing mechanisms are unlocked. In your previous question, you asked about scalable solutions, viable solutions. I would argue that Natura is a viable, scalable solution. But thinking about one of our latest developments, one was a so-called blended financing solution, right? So we put that together with Fumbio, operated by VERT. Then we were able to attract the Inter-American Development Bank, the IFC, and Fundo Vale, right? And it's working. So it helps our producers, our communities with building infrastructure. It's not to do with the supply of our goods, because we finance that. So it's about the development of the communities, right? And it's working. It passed already the second round of credit. It's no delinquency whatsoever. Anyway, the nice thing about that. We talked to IFC, who is a great partner, wanted to get into this, and it was an immediate agreement when we put that together. And it took them, not them, the whole system, 1 year to enable a 1 million investment. Okay? At the same time, Natura issued bonds. Right? It took them 10 days to unlock 400 million. Right? So, and everyone was really, really hard to do this, but you know, how do we secure that investment? How are the guarantees and so on? So it's new. It's new. So I hope, you know, my third expectation with COP is that new financing systems, solutions are developed.
This is amazing. It kind of reminds me of if people have kids, you know, when kids grab your phone and it's like, no, this is the way you do it. This kind of innovation where the way it's been done, it doesn't work, it's too slow, it's too little. Let's think something else, right? So that's a fantastic example. Thank you. What about our other two speakers in terms of expectations for COP30?
I have one expectation only. It's more of a hope than an expectation. It's for carbon pricing to be widely available in the Amazon, because it would change, it would help change the choices people make on the ground. Today, I am sad to say, it makes, if you look at the microeconomic level, not at the externalities, it makes complete sense to do cattle breeding and soy. It makes sense. It's simple, it's widely known, economic sense, in the traditional sense, not taking into account the externalities. If you bring in carbon pricing at a relatively low price, it doesn't have to be the European price of $100 a ton. It's probably enough. A lot of economists have been working on it. Professor Schenkman, Professor Duflo. They're figuring that something around $25 to $30 a ton is enough to make choices change. And for example, in our investments, it would make a significant difference in allowing us to reach a break even much sooner. So today, we're working under the assumption that things will be better in the future. You know, that's a very hopeful assumption. in our agroforestry businesses. If you have carbon pricing, the present is better. I don't have to hope for future.
I love that, and I absolutely agree. I feel like Dow has a carbon price, an internal carbon price for all the projects that we develop, and we have that for over 5 years. So the idea is to take into account where we're going to invest, also taking that into consideration. And I feel that if we were able to do this globally, Brazil would be top 3 countries for us to invest on. And currently it's not. We are not able to transform all the comparative advantages that we have into competitiveness. And this, as a country leader, really makes me weep. So I think that this is a brilliant idea. I also hope that we continue to have meaningful conversations at COPs. And the private sector has been more present in those discussions, and ourselves as well. So our CSO, who, by the way, although we're an American company and he's based in the US, is Brazilian and based here, really happy to be here, an R&D guy, had a great conversation back in 2022 in Egypt. And from that conversation, we've started discussing with institutions and NGOs around a carbon footprint ledger, meaning how do we calculate and validate a methodology to understand how can we compare my silicone that's from Pará against Chinese silicone, and how can I put a price, a premium price on my product and be valued as a low carbon solution. We have been advancing and progressing very well. We understand that this should be a market-based solution. And again, it started out in a COP, in a conversation around the Blue Zone when they were waiting for another meeting. So I hope we continue to have meaningful conversations. I feel like business people are more open to discussing solutions when they're at a COP. Maybe it's the clothing, I don't know. But that, the heat, why not? Egypt was the same. And so I feel, and we're very open to having those meaningful conversations, and I think this is the place to have them.
Fantastic. And I love, Marina, what you said, turning competitive advantages into competitiveness. I mean, I think if that's really bioeconomy in a nutshell. And we have a few minutes if there's anybody in the audience that has questions. It's late in the day.
Everyone has seen Gilberto Gil, you know?
Exactly.
It's like...
Well, if there's no questions, we will sing. So that's, you know, there we go. We immediately have 2 questions. Is there a mic? I will give you a mic.
I'll just comment that, you know, the building is sweating. Look outside, no more rain, but, yeah.
Thank you. I'm Alex Aleixo from Valley Technology Institute here in Belém. And it's more like a comment. This was a fantastic panel. And I was glad to see that nearly everyone talked about the role that science and research can have in unlocking the bioeconomy. And I think this is, I would like to ask you if you all agree that research, and not only necessarily with, you know, by tagging along with startups, but actually looking at more complex research environments, whether you think that's the key to, you know, overcome all or most of the difficulties in the bioeconomy arena.
Right. Does anybody want to?
Well, in the case of Natura, not only we agree, but we already have a research center here. How come we would research, you know, ingredients if we're not in the Amazon? By the way, if we want to do anything here, that's what we learned, and the point that you defend so heartfeltly. I mean, is we need to be here on the ground, and we have a team, amazing team, working here for more than 25 years. So we already have a research center, and we decided we would expand. So we are building a new one, even bigger, but we are designing it to receive researchers from all over the world. We understand that there are people who want to come, don't have access to infrastructure. So following our preference for open innovation, the new research center will be open to researchers from all over the world who wants to spend perhaps a few months, perhaps a few weeks here. That is critical. Knowledge is built by putting different perspectives, different disciplines together. That creates new knowledge. So we want to help with that, in addition to the connection to the new park, whereby we're going to deploy our ventures structure to support. So hopefully we're going to work in the earlier stages, but also help scaling up through our research and production facilities, which are already located here in the Amazon.
Hello? Hello? Okay, thank you. Sorry. I agree that research is definitely one of the most important ingredients that we're going to need to, let's say, reach a modicum of prosperity in the region. Though I sometimes also counter-argue that, we already have enough knowledge to solve many of our problems. So there's no need to wait for certain things. We already know how to plant. My grandfather, he was a delegate at Rio 92. And he would say, he wrote a few papers back then, and he was also, of course, from the Amazon. And he would say that one day we would have tropical agriculture. And when that day came, we could transform back the Amazon. I think that day has come. There's much more to do, but we already know enough. There's more research to be done, but there's also, an action agenda that I think we ought to be capable of executing, even if we did not have further research.
Yeah, so I would say both, right? So for us to advance, we are a hard-to-abate sector as yourself. So we need to make sure that the changes in technology and innovation that we are bringing to the table, because we're right at the start of the supply chain, right? The chemical industry, we call ourselves the mother of industries because we supply to every other industry. And if we are not able to make sure that people understand the low carbon availability of our products and how do they play along into scope 3 of our customers, we won't be able to monetize all the efforts we've been doing. So this is the first part. And I think that the second part is there is also a lot of need for tropicalization of methodologies and technologies, right? So when we talk about NBS, nature-based solutions, the standards that Vera has don't exactly apply to our solutions here, right? To our rainforest, to our biome. So I think there's also the need to adapt methodologies and technologies and innovation so that we also get the benefit from this. I've learned last week that the Amazon trees grow 2 to 5 times faster than in other biomes due to the perfect environment that we offer in the rainforest. So are we monetizing that, or are we just, losing this value because we are not mapping it out?
To your point, did you see that Bradesco and BNDES launched a competitor to Vera yesterday?
Have they?
Yes, at least I read it last night, and apparently it is the case. So I think you're right. We're all very tired. Whoever has been involved in carbon of praying for Vera, it's time we develop alternatives.
Fantastic. Any other thoughts? Yes, please.
Earlier today, I spoke on the panel about fantastic Indian methodology for regenerative agriculture that scaled to 1.2 million farmers. And one of the ways they're doing that is to take the most successful farmers and let them train the other farmers rather than take people through universities. So I think research is key, but researchers have to become much more pragmatic. This is where the private sector plays such an important role. And so what they're doing, for example, they take the most successful farmers and we train them in scientific methods because they have already this profound understanding of agriculture and forestry, but they don't have a language of science to speak it. So if you actually take business people, farmers, foresters, communities, and you help them to articulate themselves and to give them the methods, they will bring in a tremendous already existing knowledge to the foreground so that it can be shared. And then, of course, more traditionally trained scientists and researchers can help to take this further and be part of the training groups and so forth. So I think research absolutely, but very pragmatic and on the ground also.
Fantastic, thank you.
This is the sort of pyramid scheme that we want, right?
Crowdsourcing. Don't talk about.
Exactly. All right. Okay, so with that, I think I'm going to wrap it up, just appreciating our panelists. You know, somebody told me that they knew biodiversity was actually something that business was going to run with when they stopped talking to technical people within companies and they started talking to management people. And we're sitting here with 2 CEOs and 1 country leader talking at depth on biodiversity, bioeconomy, climate solutions. So this fills me not only with hope, but with promise. I think it's more than hope for this COP30 and beyond. So thank you so much to all 3 of you for joining this conversation.
Thank you.
Boa noite, boa noite. Muito bem-vindos. Para quem não estava aqui no workshop, eu sou Marcelo Furtado, Head de Sustentabilidade da Itaúsa, uma das empresas aqui da C.A.S.E. E tenho o enorme prazer de convidar aqui ao palco a Isabela Teixeira, que eu não sei nem por onde começar a apresentação dela. Ela começa como nossa ex-ministra do Meio Ambiente, mas hoje, talvez, uma das vozes mais influentes na discussão de bioeconomia, que é o que a gente está falando aqui hoje. Por favor, Isabela. Muito bem. E aí, vocês sabem que vai chegar daqui a pouco também a Suzana Mohamed, e a gente vai fazer uma troca de guarda aqui. Isabela tem que partir, eu sou o fiel escudeiro da Isabela, e aí fica a Suzana Mohamed com vocês. Eu tenho um monte de perguntas e coisas para fazer que eu vou ignorar, e vou fazer aqui num total improviso. E a razão pela qual eu vou fazer isso, você pode ler se você quiser. A razão pela qual eu vou fazer isso é porque talvez uma das características mais importantes que a Isabela tem é que ela sempre foi uma pessoa muito provocadora para onde que a gente tem que olhar. E normalmente identificando temas e lacunas que a gente não estava percebendo como país ou como setor. Isabela, como você sabe, a C.A.S.E. é uma iniciativa em que a gente está focando em soluções escaláveis e o papel do setor privado nessa construção. A gente fala muito de bioeconomia e tem o importantíssimo papel da sociobioeconomia, mas a bioeconomia passa também por uma economia de escala como combustíveis, como os biocombustíveis, como a agricultura regenerativa, e chega até na ponta quando a natureza encontra tecnologia, que é um ponto que você tem trazido muito sobre a gente olhar para esse novo mundo onde o digital conecta com a natureza. Então, a minha primeira provocação para você seria, dado que você está na casa onde o setor privado está olhando para as suas contribuições como soluções climáticas para a natureza e para as pessoas, o que a gente deveria estar olhando que a gente não está necessariamente vendo e o que você acha que tem de novo que a gente tem que prestar atenção? E eu já estou pulando para essa parte mais interessante, porque eu acho que certamente serão coisas que vocês vão entender e achar muito intrigantes. Por favor.
Bom, boa noite a todos. Oi, Marcelo. Bom, enfim, vou ver como é que eu respondo isso de uma maneira diferente, tá? Eu acho que a gente não está ainda entendendo a discussão climática como um driver no contexto geopolítico do mundo. A primeira questão é essa, não é a biodiversidade. Tá? É, na realidade, nature, é natureza. Natureza como um ator político, né, como eu provoco no livro da gente com o Marco, que está aqui, com o Marco. Mas mais do que isso, há uma discussão nova vindo por um mundo que já não é mais se as mudanças climáticas vão acontecer. Elas já estão acontecendo, e a natureza já mudou. E o tempo biológico, a natureza também está em mudança, não é só mudança por causa do clima. Por conta da biodiversidade, por causa do processo de gerar a vida, por conta da riqueza de recursos naturais e de novos materiais no mundo, de minerais críticos. Mas o tempo político não é o tempo geológico, nem é o tempo que me parece da agenda ambiental. A agenda ambiental está ficando para trás. Eu sei que eu vou criar polêmica falando isso com vocês. Não estou fazendo um downsize, nem um downgrade, se não mudar. Ela tem que mudar. Porque a questão climática não é mais uma questão estritamente ambiental, é uma questão estratégica de desenvolvimento e uma questão estratégica de geopolítica. E ela é o que a gente chama em inglês o long problem. Quando você vem no long problem, duas coisas emergem imediatamente. A questão de governança e a questão de politics. Então, tudo que a gente conhece hoje, de como é que a gente trabalha instituições, quer no sistema internacional, quer nos sistemas nacionais, Tudo isso, para mim, está superado.
Nos dois níveis, né? De
Nos
governança
dois níveis.
e político.
Os dois tracks são superados, a dimensão internacional e a dimensão nacional também superado. Nós estamos lidando com um tipping point das instituições, no mundo e no Brasil. A sociedade quer novas relações da sociedade com o Estado e com o setor privado. O setor privado é um pouco um bridge player dessa história, mas isso já está no outro contexto. E por que está no outro contexto? Porque nós não estamos discutindo mais a perspectiva geopolítica e a perspectiva de governança no contexto de clusters ou de bolhas. Nós estamos discutindo isso conectando as coisas. Então, você tem uma climate age, uma era climática, vindo com uma mining age, tá? E é
importante para ver que Vale faz parte aqui
isso,
do
eu estou
nosso...
olhando para o Hugo aqui, que é coitado, culpado disso, mas eu vou explicar um pouquinho dessa história. O mining age, o digital age, nós não vamos fazer nada daqui para frente sem o mundo digital tecnológico. E não é por conta dos mobiles, nem por conta
It's not because the mobiles, it's not the issues of Facebook. It's because of the economy of the world. It's a issue of economy and politics, and we're getting into the bio age. We're getting the dimension because this world that is technological provokes this critical intelligence of other ways of AI, and this is coming to the world, this political world, and obviously it up converging in a situation that from Brazil is still doubtful. We mix up the plan of investment, and Dana from BNDES, I'm a counselor from BNDES, with this transition plan, economic transition plan is not, it's where ecological is part of, but it's not from the world. So Isabella, you were a master on taking advantage of this multilateral environment to do this agreement in Paris. Everybody who's worked in that would say that it wouldn't have happened without you and without in this multilateral world that induces two worlds that are competitive and comparative. How do you deal with this economical issue in this non-multilateral world? You know, as Jabink and BRICS and the others, a very fragmented world in possibly a mini-lateralism, a multilateralism, because you need this reorganization of, everybody imagine that we would have this trigger, new trigger with COVID, and COVID has stopped the world, and everybody has forgotten, not the event, but the transformation the world could have provoked, and it hasn't generated a system of global cooperation. It's the other way around. You have this melting of things, and it's a system that hasn't been responsive. Because the format of the system has been conceived for other reasons. So at the end, you have a debate that is fascinating. I'm not nervous about that. I'm not uneasy. I'm uneasy because it's a capability of the humanity to try to understand where we are, particularly on this climate issue. It's not from the future. Before we were discussing what happened in 2100, the science thought 1.5 degrees is going to be to 2050, and it has been happening for 2 years. And you have this characteristic people might not want to hear, but is that the private sector understood what is economy? No, they don't understand that. I know, Isabella Teixeira, please. I think this private sector doesn't understand, wants to believe, I would like to believe, I don't say there's not, but I cannot do a new economical model. I don't have this logistics studies from the Amazon, but they could, the biodiversity of the other one, it doesn't mean that you don't have a market. You can move that as a scale. And I think that you do people doing things with scale. Natura is a good example of that, certainly a visionary example, but when you discuss the world, and I'm going to ask you a question because I'm engaged with economy, and you're on this field, what is the discussion about the impact of of adaptation of the new economic world? Has anybody discussed how the bioeconomy and in bioeconomy, how the adaptation should be shaping the new economies that are going to be responsible for the economical growth of the world? There's no debate about that. It's going to generate the economy of adaptation, converging, have the adaptation, this issue. I'm not going to get to the polemic, the Bill Gates people read it wrong, in my opinion. There are other interests, but obviously, when you look about this debate and adaptation and mitigation, when you have the climate issue as a problem on long term, governance is impacted, politics impacted, and those sub-issues are going to just dynamic and integrated, right, Isabella? Because when I think about seeds that are resisting the drought, this is mitigation, this is adaptation. How the market is going to be pricing in the market to deal with the costs of this change. And when we talk about the responsibility of meat or soy with no barriers that are taxable, you can deliver that, but you don't form pricing because the demand the market is doing, it doesn't give premium, as you've been saying. Access of the market is going to go through that. So I think the big provocation that the debate does today, that we need to get out of our comfort zone that doesn't exist anymore. And the power places of, oh, I'm sorry, they're over. And it's kaput, as you say in German. And in fact, the conversation should happen another way. And that's why you are getting in shock with Trump in the room. Is he the inconvenient truth? I think it's more than convenient. We're in the world that the truth, it doesn't matter. It's perception. What people don't. It's not only a world that the truth doesn't interest and the institutions are not important anymore. Everybody thinks I lost weight. I don't have this perception. I don't have this perception. So it works as a perception. If you're going to go with the perception and the market knows how to deal with that, only a gossip, somebody to go and try to solve the problem, is a little bit what we're living on the history of transformation, which is the transition of the world today. So it's very interesting, Marcelo, how you start to discuss the climate financing. I talked about the summit and people's faces. Nick Stern had just sent me on WhatsApp and said, I need to talk. We all discussing climate finance, MDB, Multilateral Development Bank, and FME, and Luciana, that is a banker, she came here, and the capital and who's owning the assets, they're putting their money on the AI, the boom of AI, trillions of dollars, the relationship with the climate agenda, with this new track of AI in the world. The people who earn the financing capital, Brazil has natural capital. If they want to stop deforestation, they're going to make it so. What is the talk? Who's financing the big companies? Is responsible for transition and transformation? We are reacting, denying. We don't have the capacity of dialogue with people. And when we get in, it's just to. And when we come to the Paris, another dimension is the organized crime. Not the organized crime, as recently there was a judge, international, and told me, you faced, and I had alliances with Interpol, I had to do international transactions and Israel, Inglaterra, so on. You don't have to mention what this is. And he said to me, this is kindergarten on your team. We're graduating now. The sophistication, what is transactional? So it's not a discussion anymore about what happens between us. This has to do with the biodiversity, climate, and new economies as well, and a lot, and with the case as well, because we put those companies together in different areas, fields that never have worked together to do this together. It was mandatory for talking to do this debate, and the private sector should do it more between them. The sector doesn't know what the neighbor thinking. So I learned that in the ministries to do the law of acts, which is the basis law for the economy. Everybody was Bioeconomia in Brazil is doesn't trust anybody and wants the world to see Brazil. So we got the sectors of chemicals and pharmacologicals. The CEOs asked a year later, they came back and they said it was the first time they were together. I need more time. They had never exchanged the difficulties between them. So you hope that the government to be efficient in the allocation of resources and the relationship with the private sector and the society. The private sector needs to say what they want. And if they're going to have this issue with climate and what needs to be done, what needs to be solved, there's discussion in Brazil, and I'm probably going to make people uneasy, but just drink your alcohol and stay happy. Bill loves to say that the Brazil is a winner of climate solutions. It says that potency, it's realized work in the physics. So I think it's important to understand that all the decisions that align Brazil with a perspective of being a strategical player on the solutions, climate solutions and nature solutions, there is no decision that was motivated by the climate issue. No decision was motivated by that. The tropical agriculture, and I've seen in Amazon, you can see what Embrapa is doing. There was 50 years ago, biofuel, 40 years, if it's a petrol industry was 30 years ago. And we're talking about technology and nature. We need to do it now if we're thinking about the future of those fields. You need to make decisions. I want to be part of the decision making. I don't want to be responsible for it. People say it a lot. And how are you going to unlock the future? If I want to bet on bioeconomy, and I'm in favor of that, I need to understand the scales. Bioeconomy is not this from Cerrado to Amazon are different. So those are models of business for the costs of things and how you're going to talk to the world. And we're just discussing this completely different. And there's no economy without the mining, without agro, and the energy transition. There's no solution. But for the climate in the world, there is no industry of defense or technological without the materials and natural resources and the mining that are critical for that. There's no such thing. And I provoke your perception. Everybody was with TFFF. Everybody was happy because it was an important result to have a COP in Brazil and Amazon. And Amazon will show with this magnificent and internationally, and doesn't matter the resource form, where it's coming from. So this is the new axis of critical minerals in the world. And we're still going to say that we're going beyond of fossil fuels just to fight with the sector providing solutions. That sector for the climate and is provider of the new defense industry. So the power in the world goes through that. Embraer, the world through that. Isabella, if I think about this new industry of defense, and it's unavoidable, this estimate, the sector of defense is still thinking about national security. So it's thinking about biofuel as well, because it's saying I need this self-sufficiency and the climate risks as well. They're thinking about that. To have that dimension of what it means to have the refugee with a war, refugee with you think about 10 to 20 years, they don't have other alternatives. Not because they want to migrate to have a better condition of life. They don't have alternatives of life. If you go to Pakistan 3 years later, before it was 5 degrees and it stopped exporting wheat, and still discussing about the tragedy. One is about the disasters, and the other is understand what is the thinking of the strategical thinking that will solve all of the inclusion, social, but what decisions Brazil needed to do strategically so it can do this transaction and have the ambition of being strategical in the world of reinsertion. So we have this sensitivity, a vision that is very sensitive about the world. People don't have the dimensional at times how Africa is fragmented. The continent is fragmented, and the non-Sub-Saharan has the Arabic has the power and the money. Oh, just to interrupt, Susanna, welcome. I was just waiting for your arrival. Thank you for coming. Isabella, I'm just going to leave you both. I was just here, just hitting the date, and I just wanted to give you a context. We're talking about the theme of bioeconomy, and we're talking about where is the future. And I'm just going to leave her to complement with your vision, and welcome, and thank you very much. Just to conclude, actually, can I still speak Portuguese? Just need to change the channel. They have some issues. Can you understand Portuguese, or should I speak in English?
In English, because it's impossible to me to speak slowly. I know, it's my handicap. You need to survive my Brazilian English, but we'll survive, okay? But what I'm saying is that we need to unlock the future. And to unlock the future means to have the future as an ally. And for this, we need to move from the reactive behavior to a proactive behavior. And we need to understand the national, regional perspectives to come together, but respecting our national conditions and understand how we come to connect the world. My feelings are that not necessarily how we, for example, Brazil and Colombia consider Amazon basin and climate ambition. How we should come together to make sure that we can drive this ambition, the new economies, the bioeconomies in Latin America. How we can come to address the diversity of problems and situations and assets that we have today in the world and here in our region, and this will connect with the world. Not based on a new extractivism, not based on a new colonialism. Which roles would you like to come, to play, considering the challenges of climate politics and nature politics? How, indeed, we move beyond the limits of environmental policies? How we change the environmentalism? You know that you go in the top of the debate, we are discussing humankind, the pressure of human species. We at the Homo sapiens add the pressure, but the other ones. We took the wrong decisions 20, 40 years ago. We put this apart. And finally, I understand that science must play as a political player. What it means, that we need to set questions that must be answered if we want to influence the decision process now. My feeling is that we have a reactive behavior sometimes. Like, for example, we have a biodiversity network in countries. You know this. As a former minister, Brazil was a leader of this, etc., etc. How this networking of biodiversity countries should come to discuss nature politics, considering the resource transition in the world. Not only biodiversity, we need to come into nature. This means biodiversity plus natural resource plus materials plus minerals. Which role would you like to play from fossil fuel age to mining age? How would you like to understand the biodiversity as an asset for us? not only because of indigenous people, traditional ones, but understanding that our economy will be driver for this. And probably you have more alternatives to manage this in short-term perspective than the long-term perspective. And finally, it's very interesting that you have this multilateral environmental agreement that we took decision 40 years ago. This is under the multilateral regime. But we are discussing things outside this United Nations, and we are discussing these in like-minded blocks. So when you go in the blocks, okay, like BRICS Plus, and that probably nobody understood this very well. Iran, okay, this is with empire because it's the old Persia. This is really a country that's part of the climate regime, with the convention, but not of Paris Agreement. But if you go to check the BRICS Plus declaration, you can see that Iran is part of the new perspective of climate action, because we're able in Brazil, as the chair of the BRICS Plus, to drive this. What's the consequence of this? You know that you have a convention based on Iran. Ramsar Convention is that. This is the convention of Pantanal, okay? And nobody is discussing the power politics, how we can drive solutions or try to connect this different world. This is part of our solutions. So my understanding that countries like Brazil and Colombia, because we really have peace more than 150 years, you should jump in the world in a different way. You have the responsibility not only to provide environmental service, etc., but you need to have the ambition to make sure that you can influence the world and not go outside this polarized world that we have today and this situation that we cannot manage. So people, indigenous people, must become an asset for us. And we need to discuss Amazon region, consider their demands, but our demands. How we can connect Amazonia to Brazil? It's not only based on a fixed structure, but you have an international concept in this country that you accept based on Amazon region. That means climate security. TFFF is this, okay? But you don't have a national concept of Amazonia in Brazil. You don't have it. If you have it, probably you should stop deforestation 50 years ago. Because I know that Brazilians don't like to buy deforestation as part of our behavior. Check Le Monde cover today. It's unfair with us. Okay? If you read Le Monde today, you can see the front cover. It's unfair with Brazil. It's unfair. So it's a joking for the European countries. Come on. You don't need this. You need to know how to react. You need to know how to act. And I understand that nature, as nature politics, and nature as really a political player, could allow us to come to be together and drive, based on our diversity, national situation, subnational situation, drive solutions that the world will understand, that this makes sense. So my feelings, it is we need to really be 2 steps ahead in the future, unlock the future, unlock in the present, and make sure that we're able to stop, keep moving the past. This is a country that loves the past, and we need to change our region. So I invite you, come on, let's wait for these guys in the future and make sure that we can do better than we are doing today. The new economies are very important, but we need to understand the role of the old economies, how the impacts in the short term, how indeed the trade-offs are so powerful to stop or to block things. If you don't have an open mind, a political open mind, to understand what's happening in the world, you keep reacting against Trump, etc., forgetting, for example, that people in the subnational players in the United States really believe that climate change is happening. Even if the federal government give up of climate change keeps happening in the United States. And, of course, in California, you have fires because you have deforestation here in Brazil. So if you're not able to convince that you need to keep drinking really good wine from California, okay, it's impossible to dialogue based on something that people today prefer to be closer. This is the denialism of the new reality. It's not the nihilism of climate change or nature, but the nihilism of new reality. So I don't believe that you can build up anything based on tragedies, on fears. Forget it. But we have the responsibility to bring a new way to approach things, Susanna, to come to say, nature is part of the solution, nature is our ally. More than this, nature is really a political player because we have peace, okay? You're not here to add in crisis based on wars, for example. I was in Ukraine last year okay? And I understood very well the problems that we have in the future because of Ukraine war, okay? And these are really critical problems, from critical minerals to food security. It's part of the war, and you're not discussing. The destruction of the nature in Ukraine is impressive, and nobody's discussing this, okay? And yes, we are adding crisis in the future. So I'd like to welcome you, and of course, give you the floor. I'm sorry, okay? You can breathe, go ahead. And I have to leave in 10 minutes, but you stay here on the floor. You can sing, dance, and convince people that I'm wrong. Thank you very much.
You can stay with me for a little bit longer. That would be good. Thank you so much. And first, I apologize to all of you. I've been trying to manage Belém, and it has been a challenge. I'm not a minister anymore, so I do everything myself, my agenda, the Uber, and everything, and I'm still managing to do everything, so you really get to acknowledge your team when you have it. That's awesome help. I will take this first from a political context, because I think we have to reflect that the economic system, we'll call it broadly liberalism, this globalization process, this free market economy, where actually it was supposed to be the engine of growth, the engine then of prosperity, and the engine of equality, actually 30 years later shows masses of population disengaged, a political fracture of that liberalism, and in that political fracture, the sense that it doesn't work for people. So it may work for capital, it may work for the companies that reproduce capital and the shareholders, but it doesn't work for vast amounts of population and people all around the world. And so the political alternatives that should have shifted towards equality, towards human rights, towards defending the climate crisis, which is an effect of the economic model. We can just not think environment outside of the economic model. The environmental effects are the tip of the iceberg of an economic structure, is what it manifests, it's a result of. And if it doesn't even brought equality, if it didn't even brought social justice, if it left mass amount of population outside of the system, so was it worth it? And for whom is worth it? And so the horizon people are finding in democracies is actually far-right populism as an alternative to the failure of the status quo. And many progressive processes, what are trying to do is actually to defend the status quo. And the status quo is not defendable. And this is the problem. It requires a deep transformation and a deep change and bold steps that people can believe in and that engage people democratically. We are losing our democracies because we forgot about democracy. Meaning, we don't find that the people's voice, that labor voice, that people in the territories, that the normal person has really a voice in the system. And so they have been engaged by other forces, evangelical churches, far-right populism, and they have found identity and horizon. And so what we are empowering is authoritarianism. And that authoritarianism is actually producing a genocide, is funding and allowing the logic of if you are a military power, you can get whatever you want and you can just get the resources, because they don't see us, countries that are rich in nature, in life, in cultural diversity, which have such a rich history and such a huge potential, which I agree with what you're saying, they don't see us like that. They just see us as resources. And now they are testing how far they can use military force and threats to access those resources. It's actually amazing our lack of capacity of the current institutions for having something like 70 Latin Americans being killed between Venezuela and Colombia in 2 months without any due process, without any legal basis, with total impunity and with the lack of capacity of reaction of our governments. We haven't been able to even form a coalition of Latin Americans and sit together and say, what is happening with these threats, commercial threats, economic threats, military threats, the largest mobilization of US military to Latin America in decades. And nothing happens and nobody reacts. So they're going to move forward more, which is what happened also in Palestine. So within that, we are here in COP30 in the Amazon. And what are we doing? What's the process? I was speaking with an advisor of President Lula in another event, and I was saying, what is going to be the announcement? What are the good news for humanity? What is the next step? What is the horizon? And if you go to the negotiations, what they're talking is pure technocracy and instruments, but there is no political horizon. We still fail to put what you're saying, a political horizon, an alternative. But there is an alternative, and I agree with you that we are in the position, but it's a political and democratic struggle. It's not going to happen just because we sit and talk about it. It requires deep engagement from the population and the people at the base. We have to build this alternative with the people at the base. Otherwise, they have been taken by other ethical values, which are showing them trust and confidence, and there are ethical values that actually, without them knowing, understanding, are making these other powers richer and the world more unequal. But they are winning, and they are winning. And so actually we progressives say, okay, we come back very easily to the status quo. We cannot criticize the government because it can be worse. You know, like the far right can come. And it's like, no, it's the opposite. We need to push these progressive governments to take bold steps. We should be announcing, and I'm talking about we as the 8 Amazon countries in this COP, that the COP was going to be declared non-proliferation of fossil fuels, that the Amazon was going to be a non-proliferation of fossil fuels territory. That makes sense with science. That gives an horizon to the populations, the indigenous people, the local communities that have to fight for their territories. We should have had in the Amazon, in this COP30, a land process for giving titles to indigenous people, local communities, in the 8 countries, like a political commitment that says something to people, that brings that horizon, that gives hope to youth. And actually we were very close, because and I talk we as I was in the government, were able to bring back the OTCA, that was almost a dead body. And in 40 years, Amazon country presidents have met 4 times only, almost once per decade. And we said, this cannot be in the age of climate change, and where we have such an important pillar of the future of humanity. So we created the process, the engagement. We did it democratically. We engaged the populations for the Belém Declaration of 2023. And then the task was to build during these 2 years an Amazon plan of the 8 countries that we can present. We were able to present here in Belém in 2025, to be financed by the world and to create something. We even propose, let's declare the Amazon non-proliferation of fossil fuels. Let's stop the frontier.
Susanna, I'm sorry, I have to leave, okay? I think that to be alone, I said someone will come, will probably
Somebody
be here.
will come.
I don't know. She's here. Wanted to remember, 10 years ago, we negotiated climate change agreement because we need to have United States back to the climate regime. And to have really a high-level political arrangement coming in the leadership of some head of state. And one of these was President Obama. And to have President Dilma, Brazil to jump into Paris Agreement, to have bilateral agreements with China, and also Norway, and also United States. Really important bilateral agreements. So the international cooperation system at that time was very important to connect things. These leaders, the big leaders with the European Union, Germany, France, etc., they are out of the game today because of domestic issues. And this is part of the democracy crisis that we have around the world. So I'm not sure, only to provoke you, but I will leave, unfortunately, I'm not sure if people really understanding 10 years later what is happening in the world, not because of the reaction or proaction of some leaders. They are not leaders anymore. Okay, because domestic issues put pressure on. We cannot go check a national congress in Brazil. You don't have leaders as part of the environmental constituency. I'm sorry. And don't put the pressure only in Bolsonaro. You need to understand how the middle class in the world is coming. That's why the Europeans are losing today. Go to Germany. I was there and checking. This is something impressive that's happening today in the world because the middle class doesn't want to discuss this. This is a country that I cannot discuss biodiversity or climate change. I need to discuss nature to mobilize the far right wing. And this is the real world that you need to understand where we are if you want to keep having this agenda as a critical and strategic issue for us. So the opportunity to have a COP in Amazon region was not an opportunity to have Latin America as the first COP of Latin America together. Unfortunately, I suggest this, okay? But unfortunately, people didn't understand this as a powerful asset, not only because Amazon region, but because you have identities that will allow us to come together. For example, peace in more than 150 years. And this is when I was in Ukraine, I have to go to Gaza. I'm going because I have to work. But this is a new understanding about nature. We need to come with a new perception, and this is a world without trust, without truth, without institutions that we used to know. So we need to manage better perception. My suggestion is that you can mobilize people to manage better perception more than 5 minutes that Instagram allow us to have a picture, okay? And this is the new reality for the transition process, and I do believe that you can do better than you're doing today. I'm sorry to leave you because I have to be a keynote speaker another dinner. Thank you very much for being here. Muito prazer enorme estar com vocês, okay?
A huge pleasure being with you.
Don't be afraid of the future. It's so good, I promise, okay? Thank you, bye-bye. Welcome. Let's see you soon. Thank you. We need a photo together. Sorry.
For presidents. We're really excited to hear that. What can we learn from Colombia? What are lessons and what are things that we can build as Latin America from your experience, and what can we expect in the future from you?
Well, I was in the primaries of my party, but we decided to join forces because and support one of our candidates. So, and we did win the primary with that candidate, so we are very happy, and we're going to now go to presidential elections, which actually brings me back to the point. this is not something that we can sort of plan as a governance perfect structure. It is something that needs to be struggled permanently in the framework of democracy. And we can make very big steps forward, and we have to be winning the people all the time towards this perspective. And that has to be done with practical issues, which means how this alternative that at the same time create the ecological capacity of the planet, that at the same time decarbonizes, that at the same time is able to generate the climate stability that we need, how that at the same time brings energy tariffs down, creates more capacities of the people, creates better income possible. And there is an alternative that is livable within the limits of the planet that put people first. And the people, because of that, live better. And that is not only, as the right wing sells it, it's not about having more money. Of course, it's about everybody having justice, social justice, and what you need to develop as a person. But at the same time, it's about enjoying and valuing the things we have plenty in this continent. And that actually, just when you see it from the perspective of economics and income, is not value enough. The cultural diversity, the social ties that we have, the way we are with others, the humanity that we can express, the territories, as somebody in Colombia was saying, when you open your window, you see beauty in many places. Even sometimes in very disempowered places, you see beauty. All these issues, all these capacities of our people, the creativity, the resiliency, if we can put it to work together towards a process of regenerating ecologically the planet, at the same time that we create value for communities and the economy, we can show that there is an alternative that gives more value to people than the type of jobs that they have to do today, the type of life that you have today. And that actually, I learned by working with traditional communities, peasants, people that colonized the Amazon. They were not indigenous people from the Amazon. They colonized it because of the Colombian conflict. I learned from that what they value. And what they value, it was the recognition that they are there. That the state can make a political pact, that they are citizens of the country. They are not just people, as Garcia Marquez a little bit says in 100 Years of Solitude, little villages without anybody caring. No, they are citizens, and as citizens they have potential, and with their potential, and the government, and even the private sector also came, we could build something together. But we have to put that principle of respect of the people and value their experience and their knowledge. And I think we have an untapped potential for that. Rather than that, illegal economies are winning our youth, drug trafficking is winning our cities, we are increasing in our Latin America, the force of those deregulated capitalism is really winning the societies. And I think there's a shift that has to be done. And I come back, really, actually this COP, I'm not in the blue zone, I am in the people's COP. And I am there with the social movements and with the people on the ground. We have to build from the ground up. And from those perspectives, sitting in the table of power with equal rights, really with equal rights, in concrete territories, respecting the people, you can build so much. And the capacity you can sparkle, the ideas, the creativity, the possibilities, then come. We also felt that when we hosted COP16 of biodiversity in Colombia. We decided that we wanted to make it a people's COP. People's COP meaning that the table was going to be balanced, that people were going to be prepared to be able to face negotiators and they could speak to them. And even the whole population of the city of Cali got engaged with that possibility. And then when the space is allowed, the power structure is a little bit broken. More equilibrium is built, the capacity of people is amazing. And for our people in Latin America is amazing. So I am in that thread, and I think it's nature, as our foreign minister, our environment minister that was here was telling us, nature has that power because everybody has a connection with nature. It's not like climate change that is very scientific and very abstract. Nature is very concrete to people. Everybody has a tree that sees in the morning, has a park in the city, has a mountain, a river, a place that we love, that we come from. Huh?
It's emotional.
It is a connection that is deep because it's life. So it's a connection to life. And through rebuilding nature, we can rebuild societies, we can rebuild ties, we can rebuild identities, we can rebuild territories, we can rebuild economies. And we have plenty of that diversity. So my final word will be, let's not go in this transition to the easy path, to what the lazy politicians are proposing. The lazy politicians are proposing to continue with the same extractive model, that we have plenty of minerals for the energy transition, that we have plenty of resources we can extract, that we can export that for 30, 40 years, like just they did in Bolivia with the Salares of Uyuni, that you can just export for 40 years, that you're going to get an income and that you will solve the problems. That's what lazy politicians do. What proactive politicians and proactive businesses and proactive communities do is to build an alternative that we have to create. It's a creative process that can show that we can reconnect our cultures, territory, rebuild nature, and rebuild societies, and put people first and put the social ties that we can build there, and create something that is beautiful. It's beautiful because you can live creatively, and you can make the challenge, and you can do it. We can do it together. So it also builds peace. It can also build peace. And then build the financial models. No, these new alternatives do not fit my Excel sheet. Change the Excel sheet. Oh, we have to think about the banking and the profit. Well, profit for who? Profit for what? Yeah, like when our societies have been eroded to so many problems. So there is a possibility, and I invite you to be on the side of that. It's going to be played next year. It's not abstract. It's not a negotiation text. Who is going to be elected by the Brazilian people? Who is going to be elected by the Colombian people? Who is going to be elected by the Chilean people? We have the 3 critical countries in Latin America in elections. What's going to happen? And that's a decision that will really puts us to the reality of what future is expected to move forward. What future? What of those 2 futures are going to move forward?
Thank you so much. I think what I really enjoyed hearing from you is how entrenched these topics are to the region that we share, right? And that there is a lot of challenges, but there's also optimism because of the people that are here, because of the resources that we have, because of the nature that is our home. So, I mean, for me, it's been enlightening to hear you. We're very sorry about all the logistics issues, but thank you for dealing with them. Thank you for dealing with finding how to get to this house and being here with us. It's been a pleasure to hear you. And if you'd like to stay, we'd love to host you for more conversations after this. Thank you, Susana.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.